Hello and welcome back. That's right, more coverage, bonus coverage. We've got the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We're in northern Cyprus at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Absolutely gorgeous, as you can see inside. We've got some big names, as you might expect. Super High Roller Series, 50K No Limit Hold'em. We've got 21 players remaining out of a starting field of 24. We'll get more piling in. Benjamin Heath, our chip leader at our feature table, Ali Imsurovich, Steven Chidwick, among others. Chris Brewer, we got the mullet at this table as well, playing No Limit Hold'em. David Tuckman, Brent Hanks. We're going to play with 52 cards, Brent. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, Tuck. The more cards, the better. Magical mullet indeed for Chris Brewer, by the way. Just look at those lovely auburn reddish locks there, C3, next to Chidwick. Ben Heath, he's got a little mane himself cooking.
Benjamin Heath, a very talented poker player. First we're seeing him this week. We've seen a lot of Chidwick. Chidwick's doing a lot of bubbling. Hasn't been a great week for the superstar from the UK. I
kind of like
Speaking of Hall of Fame, by the way, there's another player who at some point needs to get in there. Steven Chidwick.
Oh, Chidwick, a shoe-in eventually when he gets there. At least in my mind, Tuck.
Ali. We've had a lot of Ali as he has made 4 final tables this week. It has been just kind of par for the course for that man. Everything turning up Ali over the last 18 months or so, and he is currently the leader in the clubhouse. I shouldn't even say clubhouse as he's actually still playing, but he is the leader right now in the PokerGO Tour leaderboard. Currently with 1,839 points. Phil Ivey with 1,725. And a pretty big drop-off to third, and that is Isaac Kempton, Alex Foxen in fourth.
Foxen, I don't believe, made this trip. I think he's back here in the United States in Florida, grinding it out. And also congratulations to Alex Foxen and Kristen Bicknell. They were just married, as pictures leaked out on social media.
Foxen's meteoric rise in poker, just unbelievable when you think about where he was just a few years ago and where he is now.
Well, he really is taking the high roller world by storm. I remember when he was playing sort of the smaller buy-ins, grinding it out, and then all of a sudden just emerged.
I remember one year we were talking about the poker awards and who might win. Like, I think there was an award that went to, like, the best newcomer, the hottest newcomer, breakout player of the year, something like that. Anyway, I think he won it or was nominated for breakout player of the year. And then fast forward a couple of years later and suddenly, he's fourth in the PGT leaderboard.
I think he also was the back-to-back GPI Player of the Year of 2019 and 2020. I could be mistaken on that. I certainly know his wife, Kristen Bicknell, she was back-to-back in the female category, considered by many to be the best female tournament player in the world.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series' bonus coverage. We've already crowned the champion. It was the Tanganator. That's right. Drank the Tang, Danny Tang, in his 5th final table, 5th cash of the series. He finally gets the monkey off his back and wins one. He earned himself $640,000, defeating Lun Loon heads up, Queen Jack for Tanganator, Ace King for Lun Loon. Tanganator turned the straight. River was irrelevant. And Danny Tang took first. And this is bonus coverage. We got the No Limit Hold'em. This is event number 6. This final table we'll have for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. It's free. And if you are just joining us, if you're just stumbling upon the channel, do us a favor. Do yourself a favor. Hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button. We are approaching 250,000. We're so close to that magical 250,000 mark. I'd love to get that.
I'd like to get it on your watch, Chuck. I'd like to hit that 250,000 mark with you right here.
I get, like we said, I get a bonus. I get munchkins if we hit that 250,000 mark. So, come on, let's do it.
Very rarely do we get the opportunity to have bonus coverage, day one coverage in high rollers like this. And of course, today, special occasion. By the way, Chidwick with the music in the ears. I don't think I've seen that from Chidwick where he's listening to tunes. He just took those out, perhaps getting dialed in.
What do you think he listens to?
9 Inch Nails.
Yeah. Nailed it.
I don't know. You know, it could be Yanni. Could be sort of just, maybe it's a podcast. You know, it could be Norman Chad's podcast.
It's
Hello,
definitely
Norman.
not that.
We see you in the chat.
It's definitely not that. Matrosian, by the way, very talented player. We've seen a lot of him this week. He's got 4s.
Guy is an absolute beast. By the way, Vyacheslav Boldigan, he played the Cyprus series last time around, somewhere out there floating in the social media Twitter universe, as we have an all-in here. Collision.
Yeah.
Flip. Let's rock. There's a picture floating around of Boldigan and his reaction, his facial expression from last year's Cyprus Super High Roller Series, and it is an all-time classic. Get out there, somebody find it. Off to the races we go here, Tuck.
Boldigan with the wry smile. Flipping pretty early on in this tournament. Nothing there for the ace-jack as of yet. Matrosian, he's all in for his tournament life right now, and 4s are still good. And they continue to be good, and a full double up there for Matrosian. He's up to 172,000. Boldigan down to 68K. Some people in the chat suggesting that maybe Taste of Tang needs to be a T-shirt we can get over in, on your website.
A little taste of Tang. Tangerang. Pootie Tang?
No, when you were a kid, didn't you ever drink Tang?
Yeah, I did. I love Tang.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you know
terrible.
what? I know, but I loved it. But I'm surprised that I don't have Tang in my house right now. My kids would love Tang. What is wrong with me?
Well, I mean, just pure sugar, isn't it? Just sugar and water. It's perfect. I know.
Mix it up. Wash it down.
It's kind of funny. Some of the drinks that we grew up with, I've had over the last couple of years with my own kids, and I remember them being so good, and then I taste them now, and they're just absolutely disgusting.
Well, you've acquired.
I had a Yoo-hoo.
You've aged.
I had a Yoo-hoo the other day. That was awful.
But don't start trashing Yoo-hoo. I mean, there could be a lot of folks here in the chat that just love Yoo-hoo. A fantastic chocolate milk, a little concoction from the sugar
like chocolate
gods.
milk.
Yeah.
I like chocolate milk. Yoo-hoo,
Not Yoo-hoo.
is absolute trash. I mean, listen, when I was a kid, I loved the Yoo-hoo. I was all over it. I'm just letting you know.
Well,
Boldigan with a pair of 7s. Chidwick with
we
Jack
can
High.
kiss the Yoo-hoo sponsorship goodbye we've been working on.
I can be converted. I'm just saying. Kool-Aid. Have you had Kool-Aid recently?
I have not, but I'm simply not going to sit back here and trash Kool-Aid, nor will I trash Yoo-Hoo. I think these are fine beverages that children around the world are allowed to enjoy. Adults can partake as well. I have no problem with these types of beverages. Capri Sun from Cole Pittman, the High C Ecto Cooler from Toy Den Nerds. And you're really giving them a bad rap here, Tuck. I can't allow this to continue. How about Mountain Dew? You know, I remember as a kid sucking down a little Mountain Dew and thinking it was the greatest nectar I've ever encountered. I don't know the last time I've had a Mountain Dew.
Not only did I have a Mountain Dew, and when I say I had a Mountain Dew, I mean I don't really drink soda very often, but I had a few sips of a Mountain Dew. I let my 8-year-old have a sip of it, which is, I mean, basically I let my 8-year-old have crack.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend crack for an 8-year-old, but Mountain Dew, you know, it's a little pep in their step. Maybe before a ball game, you want to get them fired up. I wouldn't recommend crack for an 8-year-old.
No, Matt Barhold says, Yoo-Hoo is like your commentary. Well played, Matt, well played. So I imagine kids like it, Brent likes it, but maybe as you get older, it's not your thing. I understand, Matt.
I drink a lot of Coke Zero and not enough
what is Coke
water.
Zero?
I don't think I drink enough water. Coke Zero
is Coke Zero. Is it just Diet Coke?
It's better than Diet Coke. They call it the GOAT of Coke products. In fact, that's their new slogan, their new ad. Did you watch the Super Bowl? If you watched the Super Bowl, you could not have missed all of the Coke Zero ads. No free ads here on this stream, of course. We're simply just talking about beverages.
Matrosian raising the 5,000 with the queens. Heath's going to give him a little action with 5-4 offsuit. Hit a 4, so we're going to get something in there. Matrosian also has the queen of clubs. I think this is a unique opportunity for us. You know, if you are a no-limit hold'em player, if you're a tournament player, what an amazing opportunity to get early coverage, deep play from some of the best in the business, to be able to watch them play poker right now with cards up.
Yeah.
If you want to work on your game, this is a really amazing opportunity.
Yeah, very rarely do we have these opportunities, Tuck. To your point, when we do feature the super high roller bowl, which I know we're going to be doing here in Cyprus, oftentimes we will do day 1, day 2 coverage. It's pretty much our only major that we have the opportunity to peek under the hood during these early levels of play, and certainly the creativity, the deep stack maneuverability that these players have. Something to keep an eye on. I still think that watching streams, high-level players, is the best thing you can do for your own game, tutorial-wise, in order to learn from the best. Implement that within your own play.
Yeah, Matrosian with the queen of diamonds and the queen of clubs. This board is getting pretty wet, and he's going to fire another shell. And why not with 2 queens?
Yeah, size it up. Big hand, big pot. 2 draws, as you mentioned. I suspect we would still get action from some sort of 7. A 10 seems unlikely unless it was of the puppy paw variety, meaning 10x of clubs would have had to have been there. Matrosian, I think, could do this with a variety of bluffs as well. He'd be sizing up. He'll remain balanced in those spots. Nice little pot.
Man, Matrosian, after doubling up with 4s, wins another one as he approaches 200,000. Heath gets away from the 4s on the turn. And, you know, not after you watch this, you can put your skills to the test. Playing PokerGO Hold'em, you can play for free. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game. Our own Brent Hanks. It's his voice that's part of the show. He's in there. That's right.
Yeah, that's right, Tuck. You can mute it at any time. It is an option, and I'm sure many folks have taken advantage of that.
Muted.
It is a lot of fun.
I'm gonna tie it in and hook it up to every single Alexa Echo I've got in the house.
Yeah,
play it everywhere.
If your marriage hasn't ended by now, it certainly will if you attempt that.
I want to thank you all for joining us here. I see you, Ben, Fred, Devin, Gary, son of Gary, Beef Jerky Boys, Will Dwan. Thank you. We'll be here for the next few hours. Early day one coverage of the 50K. We'll have this final table tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Bright and early, once again. And then April 13th, 14th, and 15th, we've got coverage of the 250K Super High Roller Bowl. The big one going down in Northern Cyprus. Ali Imserovic going to raise on a 203,000 chip stack with King Jack off. Heath making the call with Ace 8. Not much there for Heath. He's got the 8 of spades. Imserovic with the overs and the gut shot. All good, Matt. We appreciate it. People in the chat pointing out that Northern Cyprus is not Cyprus, hence why we point out that we are in Northern Cyprus. $5,000 chip bet from Imserovic. Heath makes the call.
This is a sticky little peel and call by Heath. Clearly calling correctly with ace high. Understanding that Ali would be barreling and continuing with these sorts of holdings, the queen jacks, the king jacks, the king queens.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you, though, when you call with ace 8, what's the plan after that? I mean, he got kind of the perfect turn card because it forces Ali to shut down a little bit. But on almost every other turn card, you have to imagine that Ali is going to win the pot, right?
Assuming that Ali has, a lot of 2 barrels in his range. And you can see the little grin there. Ali knew that Heath was a little sticky. But you're going to see that, right? I mean, Heath believes ace high is the best hand. Check call. Take a look at some turn texture. If Ali barrels again, maybe we call again with ace high and force Ali to fire a third shell with a variety of bluffs. Otherwise, perhaps based on history, he suspects Ali would shut down by the river with just king high holding. Keep in mind, king high, especially king jack, king queen, that would have showdown value against hands like 7-8 that would be open-ended, against queen jack that would be open-ended. So, there is showdown value with king high.
Yeah. And by the way, I mean, I mentioned the 10 being a good card for Heath. There are obviously other good cards for him as well, as he did have some backdoor flush equity, backdoor straight equity. He had the ace. And at the end of the day, he was getting a good price. I mean, the pot was $23,000. It was $5,000 to call. I mean, you're nearly getting 5 to 1.
You're just going to see it time and time again where these players continue to fight for pots. They're going to hit. They're going to hit the streets. They're going to force
a couple of
their
big hands here
to fire clips. Yeah, this is interesting here.
Ooh, hello. So jacks for Chidwick. He goes 4,500. Heath calls with king queen suited, and Ali has picked up ace 4 of clubs. Does he 3-bet this? Here's your answer. No, he just calls.
And again, sometimes Ali would 3-bet it. Here, elects to simply just call.
Matrosian coming along for the ride as well. 4 ways. Pot is 20,000. How do you like your jacks now? I think you like them. An ace for Ollie, a set of jacks for Chidwick, Heath with a gut shot, no backdoor flush equity. The only one who doesn't like this flop is Matrosian. He can get away from it pretty easy, you imagine. Action on the superstar from the UK, Stephen Chidwick, who checks.
Little sneaky check by the set of jacks. Let's see if Heath takes the equity right to the dome. I think if Chidwick had a number of aces, ace queen, ace 10, he would also be checking those hands as well. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, Heath with a gut shot.
A little splash, a little sprinkle, no spade on the pond for Heath. Just a pure gutter. Clearly has plans on later streets. Maybe we just bet small here in hopes we get called by those hands I mentioned. Chidwick could also have the ace 10s, the ace queens. Very rarely do we get check raised.
Are we surprised that Ollie just folded the ace 4 to the button bet?
I am very surprised. I mean, he had backdoor clubs as well. I actually thought that must have been a mistake, but yeah, he threw it right into the muck.
I mean, he had backdoor wheel possibilities, backdoor clubs. He's got top pair. And frankly, it's a button bet. Maybe I wonder if Ollie knew Chidwick was up to something. I mean, that's where from a poker player's perspective, as I watch this and I try to learn, if you're home and you're watching this and you're trying to learn, I really try to, try to look under the hood and try to figure out what was Ollie seeing there. What did Ollie, calling pre-flop with ace 4 clubs, certainly reasonable. 3-betting would have been reasonable. But the fact that he was able to fold that on the flop without losing an extra chip, and look at him, he's not even bothered by it. Uncanny.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think he expected Heath to be betting a lot of the king-queen types of holdings there. It looks a lot like Heath can have a hand like ace-jack that he'd just be simply flatting the button with rather than 3-betting. He was also concerned about Chidwick. Again, I think Chidwick likely would have checked his ace-10s, his ace-jack, his ace-queens, maybe even as good as ace-king there. And Ali just got out of the way. The guy is spooky good.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think that you would lose at least one street of value with ace 4 clubs on that flop, but not Ali. Chidwick raising with king queen. Only the big blind comes along for the ride, and Chidwick with a lock on this hand in all likelihood. Dr. Jack Caniff says, any reason why these guys play so slow? I mean, they're not really playing slow. There's a 30-second shot clock, and I haven't seen anybody use a time card yet, so.
It's not too slow, but I will tell you that it happens more often than not where players do have a tendency to take, in my opinion, far too much time. Rob Young tweeted the other day about the Triton shot clocks that they used for their events. Rob Young also talked about changing the amount of time you would have if there hasn't been any action. If there hasn't been a bet or an open in the pot, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds act, that's it. Get rid of the 30 seconds, reduce it to 10. If there has been action, if there has been a 3-bet, allow them to have the full 30 seconds. Clearly you're going to need to think a little bit more. And I do think little things like that should be implemented in order to speed up the pace of play.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm fine with 10 seconds pre-flop. If there's action, maybe go to 20 seconds. And then I think post-flop, 30 seconds is more than enough, especially when you have time cards. So you can save and use when necessary.
Norman Chad, I don't know if he's still with us in the chat, but by the way, big flop here for Matrosian. A little straight flush action.
Yeah, and we got an action flop. I mean, Chidwick open-ended, Matrosian with a gut shot straight flush draw, looking for the 4 spades. And the 4 spades would be a lot of action, as it would give Chidwick the 8-high straight.
And I'll get back to Norman Chad in just a moment. I do hope he's still with us here, tuning in.
Matrosian's going to bet 8,000. Chidwick obviously not going to fold. Then again, I thought Ace-4 was going to obviously not fold either. But no, in this case, I feel pretty strong that Chidwick's going to come along for at least a street. And he makes the call. Pot now 29,000 in there. Oh, hello. And this is just getting even more interesting because Matrosian, now with a double gutter, he's got the flush draw. He's got a straight flush draw. He doesn't know he's up against 8-7.
Well, I think he's considering that Chidwick could have it. Now, what makes it difficult is when we have a 7 in our hand, we block it, right? But it certainly can be something that Chidwick has. Just because we have one makes it a little less likely to be up against that sort of holding. But you can't just simply rule it out altogether. Chidwick has a lot of jacks, a lot of 6s in general.
Chidwick out of position with the absolute stone-cold nuts. Does he reveal the strength of his holding now? Does he play it cagey and just call?
Yeah. No one will shut up over here.
I think he knows that Matrosian has either A, a healthy draw, or B, a very good jack or better, right? Could be 2 pair types of holdings.
Yeah.
You can have 5-6 on the button. You can have 9-6 suited. You can have a variety of jacks, even as good as Jack-9 for top 2. I would expect more money to go in right here, simply because there are the presence of 2 shovels, 2 spades on the flop. But let's see what Chidwick does.
Yeah, and Chidwick has raised to 55,000, so do the math. 32,000 back over to Matrosian. Pot is 107,000. So Matrosian getting a pretty good price. Even better if he thinks that his straight is good. If he thinks he's up against 2 pair here, and his straight and flush shouts are good, then it's an easy spot. We can see that he only has 18% equity. And somehow, some way, Matrosian misses everything.
All in.
Chidwick all in, Matrosian obviously can't call. Nice pot there for Chidwick, up to 260,000. So you were mentioning about Norman Chad.
Yeah, you know, he took a lot of criticism over the fall covering the World Series of Poker main event. And frankly, I'm not entirely certain it was fair, right? The amount of heat that he took. He made some good points. And was the timing of those comments perhaps not great,
Oh,
considering that we were
no,
watching
no, man.
the biggest moment,
thought
the
it was-
biggest event for all the money on the line. Yeah,
For
that's
people,
fine,
for people who aren't familiar, what
gonna
did he
keep it at the
say in
table?
reference to what?
It basically was talking about the pace of play and how players are simply taking far too much time to make big decisions, to make even not even big decisions, but to make minuscule decisions and taking the maximum amount of time allotted. And I agree with Norman in many regards that he was pointing out. I think that we just continue to need to evolve to keep in mind of the viewing experience at home for the casual fans who want to tune in on CBS Sports, who want to tune in on YouTube and not watch a stream that lasts for 8 to 12 hours and people taking 30 plus seconds every single decision, even if they already know they're going to fold. And there's a lot of merit to that. And I'm glad Norman spoke up, and he did it on the biggest stage at the right time. And I think that changes will be made in order to improve the experience for those that want to watch at home. Now, us hardcores, Tuck, you and I, we commentate all these events. A lot of the professional poker players who tune in, we understand that there are long and lengthy decisions to be had. And we understand what these players are doing. But you got to remember, if you want to grow the game, continue to grow the game for a casual audience, you got to speed it up.
Yeah, and growing the game for the casual audience, it's not just a matter of that. It's also growing the game for the casual player. Poker is one of those games where you need to have a continual influx of players, and taking that much time with trivial decisions does not help. Nobody wants to play with that. Nobody wants to watch that. I'm with Norman Chad, and I'm with you 100% on this. I've been talking about this, covering the World Series of Poker for the last decade plus now. I've seen it firsthand, and it is sometimes painstakingly slow. And I don't think it's fun. I can't imagine playing in a tournament like that. I don't think that's fun. I don't think watching it is fun. So, I'm really happy to see the changes that are being made. I know Patrick Antonius just put a tweet out there talking about the changes he's going to do on his tour. You mentioned the ones on the Triton Tour. We see pretty much every high roller now has a shot clock, which is great. You think about it, it's kind of like chess in a weird way. Like, there's a time clock. Yes, you've got to make really tough decisions for a lot of money or, really tough decisions to win whatever game you're playing. But no, you don't have hours to make a decision. Time is part of it.
Well, we made a change, and I shouldn't say we. Paul Campbell really, at the Aria, who runs all the events for the PokerGO studio, great job that the entire Aria crew does. And they actually, in order to prevent stalling as blinds will continue to increase, when you get towards I think it's at the final table, when the levels are going to go up and when you're going to have a level change, they actually will draw for the number of hands to be played based on the current situation of the tournament. So in other words, there's no point in stalling to let that clock continue to tick and tick and tick in order to avoid the big blind or to skirt out of it or to get to the button sooner. And no fault to the players because they were simply taking advantage of the rules that were in place. So it's subtle adjustments like what Paul and the Aria staff did to improve the overall experience for both the players and the viewers at home.
Yeah, there's a chat here. King Guy says, commentator, you should put the money up in a tournament this size and then make your fast plays. I understand your point, but I will counter that argument with something very simple. The players in this tournament right here that we're watching, they want me in this tournament. They want Brent in this tournament, okay? Married dudes with kids who at this point in their career, we play poker more recreational than professionally. We don't put in 40 hours a week. We're not studying 40 hours a week. We just don't have the time. They want us in this game. And I will tell you wholeheartedly, I have no interest in playing in a tournament where people are tanking 3-4 minutes. I don't even want to play in a tournament where people are tanking 30-40 seconds pre-flop, and they want me in the game. So, I mean, that's my argument to you.
Yeah, and I'll ride that same train, Tuck. I mean, I'll tell you right now, Bill Klein, who is a frequent flyer at all of the PokerGo studio high rollers that we put on. He comes out for every single major series. There was a time where he stopped coming to the Aria and he stopped playing in high rollers because of the tanking and stalling by various players, and he hated it. It was a miserable experience. He did not enjoy it. Many of the recreational business types that wanted to come out and play these events, they also would stop participating because of the nonstop tanking.
Yeah.
And that message was heard loud and clear.
And all due respect to Bill Klein.
Did change their names. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And Bill
all due
has
respect
every
to
right
Bill Klein,
to do that,
but,
and I'm thrilled he did it.
But Bill Klein is a businessman first. He's the first one who will admit it. You know, these professional poker players, they want Bill Kleins in the game. Many, many years ago, I was covering the World Series of Poker. I was in the black booth at the Amazon room, and I'm covering I believe it was the 100K one drop. And I'm going to throw somebody into the bus here. We're watching Doc Sands play. And Doc Sands is, you know, just at this point, slow as molasses. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And my dad was in the booth, and he was watching. And trust me, he's another guy. My dad plays poker. He's a recreational player. I mean, he used to play growing up, but you want him in the game. And my dad was watching this, and he just didn't understand that we say. He thought it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And watching that just alienated him from the game. He was like, I would never play this. This looks terrible. It looks so boring. So,
yeah,
and you know, I am on the speed up the game bandwagon. And by the way, I think that's the same for baseball, for a lot of other games. If you want me to watch them, if you want me to play them and enjoy them, then make the game faster. Listen, I'm fine with. You've got a tough decision for your tournament life. It's on the river. Somebody's made a big play. Hey, take your time with that one. But, you know, pre-flop, you're under the gun +2, and you got Jack-8 off suit. You don't need more than 5-6 seconds to make a decision there. Come on. So, I mean, listen, I love the direction the high rollers have gone. I do think, and I would love to see the World Series of Poker taking the lead as one of the biggest names in poker. You know, certainly the biggest tournament series out there. I would love to see the World Series of Poker start to implement time clocks. You and I mentioned this. If not at the start of the tournament,
but if they do it, Talk. If they do it, you got to get rid of the 30-second nonsense. 30 seconds is too much. Too many players will take the full amount of time.
They will.
Listen,
I feel like it's better. It's at least a start, right?
It's a start, but I'm not even sure it's a great start. I think it could cause more problems.
Yeah, you might be right.
It's not like most people are taking 45 seconds and then acting. Yes, there are some that do that, but it's very rare. But if you actually give them a full 30 seconds, say, oh, yeah, no problem. You got 30 seconds to act when there hasn't even been any action. I mean, that's insane. 10 seconds, tops. You got 10 seconds. No action, you got 10 seconds. Hurry up.
I don't think people realize just how long 10 seconds is. Just count to yourself 10. Think about how long it takes you. You look at your cards. 10 seconds is actually quite a long time if there's no action in front of you.
Here's a really terrible take by Gauntlet4. Says the high roller circuit just became an elaborate money laundering scheme. These guys not only have like 5 to 10% of their own action as commission, and the money isn't theirs. Well, that is absolutely untrue. In fact, that's one of the more ridiculous things that we've seen on the YouTube chat. I can tell you 100% that the majority of these guys have the majority of their own action. That's just the truth. Are there some that play for smaller percentages? Yeah, sure. But the majority of these guys have 100% of themselves, or at least 80% plus.
Jimmy Bluff it with a good take. Says, I agree. World Series of Poker should be a front runner in speeding up and growing the game in the right direction. Yeah, You'd like to see that flush draw here for Boldigan. Matrosian with his 4s. Not a flop he's going to particularly like, and we talk about those small pairs. Just not many flops you do like.
Owen Lawler, is this real life? Well, probably not. I mean, it's all just a simulation after all. But yeah, this is real.
Not sure Boldigan realized that his 5 wasn't out. We can see it is. Boldigan with a small bet. I got to imagine Matrosian is just done with it, right?
Hope I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, at least I
Play by Boldigan. I'm telling. Has anyone found this picture of Boldigan? By the way, it's incredible. Did you see it, Tuck?
No, I want to see
The meme
this.
last year, his face. Oh gosh, I don't know how to find it. Somebody out there in the chat, find Boldigan last year and his
Probably shouldn't make a habit of that.
and his
I
facial
think I usually do, so I'm really hoping it wasn't wrong.
expression. Phenomenal.
Donald Mooney asking if Ivey is still in. Registration is actually still open on this one, so we're going to see the numbers grow in this tournament
Strong,
for sure. Adam says, longest tank you've ever seen. I'll throw mine out there in a second. Brent, for you?
Oh, I've seen 5-10 minute long tanks, but usually they were justified. I can't think of anyone in particular, a name or exactly what the hand was, but I guess give me a moment. I'll try and think of it. Tuck, you've got one right away?
I do. I have one that I was actually involved in with Doc Sands. I'll throw him under the bus again. I don't care. I was playing the WPT many years ago with Doc Sands. We weren't even in the money yet, right? We were relatively close to the money, but not that close, okay? And
yeah.
I tried an elaborate check raise bluff on the river on a 10-5-7 3-3 run out. Okay?
Okay.
10-5-7 3-3 run out, everybody. Okay? I check raise bluff the river, and Doc Sands tanked for 9 minutes going into our break with pocket tens.
With tens full?
Tens full. Top
Yeah, queen
full
ten
house.
clubs.
It just called?
Well, I moved all in on the river. I check raise bluff the river. I missed my draw, and I check raise bluff the river, trying to rep a monster hand, and he just called. I mean, well, he called all in with tens full, but it took him 9 minutes to do so because he thought that
Was he?
he thought that I might have
slow rolling you?
quads. No,
Oh.
he legitimately, the way I had played the hand, he was like, I guess you have to have quads here. And he just thought I had
Yeah.
quads. And
Wow.
he had the second nuts, and he took 9 minutes to do that.
Yeah. There you
To
go.
his credit, he apologized after, but still, it just was baffling to me, the whole thing. I still remember, and like I said, I never say bad beat stories. It was more of just like, oh, really? But I remember him even saying, looks at me, he goes, Tuck, I've got tens full. And so in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, then just call and let's end this, right? 5 minutes later, I'm thinking, okay, well, he must have been full of it because clearly there's nobody who's going to tank with tens full in this spot. How about 5-4 of hearts on this 10-4 deuce 2 heart board? Vogelsang, who's already won an event this week.
And he's just already the most stunning man in all of Europe at the moment. This guy is just way too good looking. Look at this guy. He's probably not wearing pants again.
Yeah, the European Jeremy Osmus, younger and European.
9,000?
I've never seen you gush about a man like this.
Look at the guy.
I know, he's beautiful.
Incredible.
And he can play poker.
It's not
He's got
fair.
everything. He is checking all the boxes, I know. And here he has flopped a big one. He's got a pair of fours with the flush draw. Let's see how he plays this. Chidwick bets 9,000. There's a flush. Yeah, everybody in the chat, by the way, is assuming that it was a slow roll. No, that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't. I wish it was.
Slow roll is acceptable, right? Yeah.
I wish it was.
That's fine.
I wish it was just a slow roll, but it wasn't. He genuinely thought that I might have quads, which I guess, hey, unless I tap myself in the back, I can go, well, I guess I sold it well. I'm kind of wondering. I guess maybe if he has bottom full house, I get him to fold it.
Yeah, probably would have.
Pretty crazy. Chidwick with absolutely no chance of winning this one. Vogelsang won a PLO event earlier this week in Northern Cyprus. We're here for the Super High Roller Series. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. The Triton Series ended and went right into our Super High Roller Series. It has been an amazing stretch of poker, and it is all culminating with our Super High Roller Bowl, the 250K No Limit Hold'em event, April 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Thank you guys all, by the way, for tuning in here on our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. Just do it now. Click it if you haven't done so already. And a little thumbs up, a little like goes a long way. Show your support for these free streams on our YouTube channel. The more support you show us, the more we will give you back in return as far as coverage. Take a look at this leaderboard. Chidwick.
Yeah.
At the moment.
The Merit Poker leaderboard.
Healthy.
Chidwick on top with 235. Benjamin Heath, 201. Ali, Vogelsang, Matrosian, all in there. Vyacheslav Boldigan bringing up the rear with just 62,000 chips. But we are in the very early portions of this event. A lot can happen, a lot will happen, so stick with us here. Jimmy Bluffett in the chat says, we all love Steve Chidwick, but does he tank a little bit unnecessarily in certain spots? Maybe a little, yeah. I think that's fair. Brent, you say you?
He's been criticized quite a bit from various streams and folks in the chat. I don't think he's alone amongst the high rollers that might take a little bit too much time, right? This is the sort of thing that just has to be addressed and to speed up the pace of play for everybody.
And I want to make sure that people understand this, and I don't want to speak for you, Brent, but I think I probably can. Neither one of us is advocating for making impulsive decisions. You don't want to give off timing tells. You want to think about your decisions. There's a lot of money at stake. Take a couple of seconds. Take 6 or 7 seconds before making a decision. That's okay. But just...
Yeah. I'm with you.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the biggest mistakes recreational players make. I know it's something that I did early on in my career, where I'd get overly excited and I would, call an all in super quick, rather than just take 3 seconds and just, okay, am I doing this right? Heath quickly folds. Heath is so solid. David asking, why is Ivey doing better than the rest? It's Phil Ivey. Might just be better than the rest as well. Phil Ivey is back. If you've been paying attention to Danny Negreanu's tweets, you probably are privy to that. If you've been watching us all week, you're privy to that as well. 2 titles in Northern Cyprus. Numerous final tables. Ivey has been on a tear. And with the World Series of Poker just about 6 weeks away, I got to tell you, I am pretty excited to see what happens there. How many events will Phil Ivey play?
What'd you set the line at? 9?
I said it at 6.5, but I think it's way too low. I would actually, I think he's going to play 9.
Yeah, I thought you moved it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's going to play 9.
Vogelsang.
I mean, with the 50Ks and the 100K and the 250K and all those 10Ks, I think there's a chance he could play as many as 14 to 15.
Yeah, I would take the over 9 as well. I mean, assuming he is, in fact, going to come out for the World Series. It's just a lot of big buy-in events, you know, and he's extraordinary at every game. You trying to tell me he's not going to play all the 10K mixed events? He'll be in there blasting. Heath, bit of a misstep here. Pretty standard 3-bet with king jack off, out of position, sizes it up, 33,000. Sort of holding that we 3-bet and then just fold. We avoid trouble on later streets. Let's say we just flatted here, right? King jack from the small blind, reasonable. And then it comes king or jack high, and we're up against the aces. We might go broke. We find a way to lose a lot more chips, whereas if we 3-bet from the small blind, we do get a lot of folds pre. Obviously here he stepped into it, but it's just a simpler way to play the hand.
You can't really blame him either. I mean, this is a button open. You're just not going to give that player a lot of credit. They could be opening very wide. Vogelsang happens to have, you know, number 1 right here, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah,
Question I have for you is Vogelsang.
No.
Is Vogelsang ever want to just call this?
It's not enough.
Oh, okay. Vogelsang's 4-bet was not enough.
I don't know. It was small.
1,000.
This is a min 4-bet, and it's not enough.
Right?
So
It has to be a 500.
58.
I believe if it's over half the amount, he'll have to put a few more chips in there.
They're going to make him put out the exact minimum, so
Yeah.
Nah,
And does that price in Heath?
Trying to figure that out. Like,
it might, which is the point of Vogelsang trying to, if you're going to 4-bet, you know, make it small, leave the door open. Yeah, I would. To your point, Tuck, I wouldn't mind a flat. You flat, you take it in position with 2 aces.
I mean, they're not that deep. Once Heath makes it 33,000, right? Heath using those time extensions. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. They can use those time extensions. They get a handful of them.
Now Heath, because of the weird misclick by Vogelsang, is he leveling himself into thinking he can get one through? He certainly has the price to call, and he'll do just that. Credit to Vogelsang with this really small 4-bet. He's getting maximum value at the moment.
Yeah. Heath avoids disaster, but not hitting top pair. He does have the king of diamonds, but I mean, Vogelsang's got the ace of diamonds. Would you ever get cagey here and check it back?
I think he's just going to come with really small sizing again.
Yeah.
120 out there. He's got 123 behind. You're just hoping your opponent has somehow made a queen to try and get the money in.
And he bets 30,000, and Heath quickly folds. And as you mentioned, Benjamin Heath just stepping in it a little bit, but you can't really fault him. Attacking a button open with king jack off suit, pretty standard. Just happened to walk into a big hand there. Benjamin Green said in the chat, let me see if I can find that for sure. Said the first person that I remember tanking a bunch. Yeah, Eugene Green, sorry. The first person I remember being slow was Chris Ferguson. Yeah, I remember that. Chris Ferguson with the hands and the sitting there and the waiting and you're just watching, you're going, come on, man, just do something.
Yeah. Well,
I remember when Jesse Sylvia.
I don't think that's the most memorable thing Chris Ferguson
No,
did
no,
along the way in his career.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm good friends with Jesse Sylvia. I love the guy. I remember when he made the main event final table versus Greg Merson he got coached by Vanessa Selps, and Vanessa, part of her coaching was to tell him to take time, to not give away timing tells. That was tough. Queen here for Heath.
David Paul says, how is it possible that all these superstar high roller players who crush these highly talented 50 to 60 player fields cannot get close to the WSOP final table? Well, David, I'm not sure where you were this fall, but one of these superstar high rollers won the main event by the name of Koray Aldemir. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
I mean, keep in mind, first of all, if you're talking about all of the WSOP final tables, many of them don't play the smaller events. So they only play the main event. They'll play some of the 50Ks and the big ones. And then keep in mind that what percentage of the main event turnout is actually these high rollers. It's so small, and they have to go through so many landmines to get through. It's very difficult. There's a ton of luck in the short term and a ton of variance.
Yeah. Well. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Again, Koray.
But Koray did it
great
anyway.
Player. And he won the main event, and he plays all of the high rollers for the most part. So I'm not sure what David was referring to in the chat.
Get a raise here from Chidwick, and just like Heath walked into it. Oh no! Look at this! What a dream scenario for Chidwick. Chidwick raising, Ollie 3-betting, Boldigan all in, all perfectly reasonable plays, but Chidwick happens to have something good this time.
All in.
And it's queens versus eights. And by the way, as we talk about people taking too long to act on their hand and wasting time, look how quickly Ollie he's not going to Hollywood. Yeah, I was 3-bet bluffing.
No.
You caught me.
Wow.
I'll quickly fold. By the way, had he stayed around, he would have flopped a pair with a flush draw. Boldigan looking for one of the remaining eights. And that is not going to happen for him. Chidwick didn't need it, but he hit a queen of hearts on the river. Boldigan has been eliminated. Chidwick now up to 319,000.
Yeah, Chidwick building early, accumulating. Will he finally make his first final table of the stop? We'll find out tomorrow, Tuck. We're obviously going to have that final table coverage of this 50K no limit event.
Yeah, that starts at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you join us tomorrow for that. We're not going anywhere just yet, though. Ian Sheriff's in the chat says, yeah, for sure. Ian Sheriff says, George Holmes made Koray work for that win. It was epic. Yes, it was. No doubt. One of the better heads-up battles we have seen in a long time. True story, by the way. George Holmes knocked me out of the main event this year.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wow.
He was the guy who delivered the knockout blow to me. At least it's good. At least you look at that and you go, well, at least my chips went to good use.
I'd say that to be very true. Yeah, Holmes was, what a special showing. You know, the main event, it seems to happen every single year, right? Someone comes out of the woodworks, amateur recreational type of player. Dreams come true. Special tournament, indeed.
Vogelsang with top and bottom pair. My mind, by the way, is still a little bit wired for short deck. I'm going top and bottom pair, but that's vulnerable.
Yeah, we did cover short deck earlier. If you guys missed it, Danny Tang took home the title. His 5th final table. He added a win to the resume. He put on, I don't know if it was clinical, but he certainly put on a show. He dished out one of the more uglier bad beats we've seen to Jason Kuhn, who bowed out in 3rd place. If it wasn't for bad beats, though, Tuck, I mean, I don't think I would even enjoy poker. I love being delivering bad beats. I hate catching them. It's just part of the game.
I know some recreational players that will literally only play, and they want to play against professionals, and they want to play against the best out there, and just give them bad beats. They savor it. Matrosian raising with the Jack-10 offsuit. Yeah, Jason Kuhn, a recipient of 2 bad beats this week. And both times, they left him in 3rd place in a short deck event. And in both times, the person who knocked him out eventually went on to win.
Yeah, and a lot of money left out there.
Yeah.
Kuhn
Right?
still
Yeah.
up plenty on the series, but could be
He
up
made
a
it
lot
7,
more.
so.
If you guys want to check out the live reporting of today's event, the outer tables, head on over to pgt.com. Live reporting tab. You really can't miss it. Up to 33 players. Current chip leader right now, Michael Adamo. He has 460,000. Sam Greenwood in 2nd, 390. Jason Kuhn, who we've been talking about, he's in 3rd with 320. And ready for this, Phil Ivey. He is top 5 in chips. He's 4th with Makita the Milkman Bodziakowski in 5th. We are.
Yeah, something tells me that at the end of the next break, maybe we'll get a table change and we'll get Mr. Ivey. I don't want to promise anything. Listen, I can't promise anything. I'm not in Northern Cyprus. I'm not at the Merit Poker Room right now. But I'm going to go on a limb and say maybe.
Do we know this or
No,
or no?
no. Like I said,
You have no
I'm just putting
insider information. Okay.
zero inside information. If I did, I would sell it more.
22.5.
People asking how many players are going to cash in this event. Again, registration is still open, so players are still filing in. Once we get the final numbers, we'll let you know. Matrosian, under the radar, very, very good no-limit hold'em player. Michael Adamo, just another absolute beast. And that guy just crushes.
I mean, what he did at the tail end of 2021 was unfathomable. I think he printed roughly, was it $9 million in the course of 2 months' time? He won the Super High Roller Bowl. He won the Poker Masters. He won. I think he won the High Roller at the World Series of Poker as well.
Yeah, he did. I
And the guy
commentated
just
on that.
Went bananas.
Yeah, and he was just relentless. He had a chip lead at that World Series of Poker High Roller. And I was fortunate enough to commentate on that, and he was absolutely relentless, just put on a clinic. Threes are in the lead. But I have to imagine that Imsurovich will figure out a way to win this one. 19,500 in there. Vogelsang. Gonna take a stab. See if maybe he can just win it right now. We know he can't. Interested to see how Ollie plays the king high flush draw. Just a call. Ollie checks.
And it's a good flush draw. I think if he had a very bad one, let's just use like 7-3 of hearts as an example, if that was the case. You can certainly consider check raising those sorts of flush draws. But here, with the king 8 of hearts, second nut flush draw, also good turn cards in the deck that are not necessarily a heart for your hand. And here, you know, let's see what Ali does with the missed flush draw. The door's open to consider bluffing. There it is.
Yeah, not a big sizing. Just trying to get an ace high or maybe a baby pair to fold. No, he's not getting a big hand to fold, and he does exactly that, right? Yeah, the only player hotter than Adamo might be the guy we're looking at right here. Servich making 4 final tables here in Northern Cyprus in just the last 21 months or so have been magical for this man.
Pretty good troll here in the chat. TQ Suited says, you know we have the B-grade commentary team when it's Tuckman and Hanks. I'll tell you what, I kind of take that as a compliment. I mean, a B-grade is pretty good. I expect much worse. Yeah.
I mean, considering, you know, what, Ali Najad, Nick Schulman, Lon McCarron, Norman Shad. I mean, the list of commentators that are out there that are so good. Hey, I don't think last time I got a B was in like 7th grade. Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy, appreciate the modifying here, but hey, when people say that sort of stuff, you don't need to hide the comments, buddy. A good troll is, I appreciate those very much. And even if he's not trolling, that's a pretty good grade. I'll take a B. We got a little warfare here. Blind on blind. I love watching these battles. Ali comes with the 3x open, the 12K. Matrosian, a little smallish 3-bet sizing in position. Same hand makes it 27,000. And these guys will be very mixed with what hands they'll open. For Ali, as an example, for Matrosian, what hands he'll 3-bet. And Ali understanding that Queen 8 can have a lot of value against Matrosian. It's not necessarily a bad hand to have, considering how wide Matrosian can be. He would absolutely 3-bet poor hands. The sizing is interesting to me. He priced in Ali. And now, let's see who can outmaneuver the other post-flop. Clearly advantage Matrosian being in position and as the aggressor.
You are watching the 2022 Super High Roller Series. This is day 1 coverage of event number 6, the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We'll have this final table for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action, or as we like to call it, the B team.
Yeah, which is a better grade than Jeff Platt and I usually get. We call ourselves the C team. So, David, I mean, we've won up to Platt. Not many can say that.
Now, speaking of Jeff Platt, he will be here for the main event, the Super High Roller Bowl. 250K, it'll be Jeff Platt calling the action with Brent. Do not miss a second of that. Should be a lot of fun.
I believe we're going to be doing so for tomorrow. Don't quote me on this, but I think the plan is obviously we're going to cover this final table, the 50K, as we see Heath has a premium here. And then once the 50K final table wraps up, we'll probably get some bonus day one coverage of the 250K super high roller bowl? Probably.
So will I be replaced in the middle, or will they let me actually do the super high roller bowl?
I think you're going to stay right in there.
Wow.
I
Big day
think.
for
I
me.
mean, maybe
I'm pretty excited.
maybe they'll kick you out.
Heath with ace king. Not much there for his opponents. Chidwick with nut no pair. Action on Benjamin Heath. Bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see stack sizes under their pictures. You'll see the percentage of the time they'll win the pot if it goes to showdown. And Heath should win this right here. Maybe Chidwick's curious.
Well, the value of king high. Just a non-believer, you have the nut no pair. The problem is what's our plan on later streets, right? We call here. We're only hoping that Heath would just shut it down when called on this sort of texture. Looks like he's going to do that. Maybe a raise. How about this?
He's going to raise.
Let's kick it up.
Yeah, on what is a very dry board. Chidwick attacking Heath.
Zachary Marsh says David and Jeff should do the 250K. That'd be a couple play-by-play guys in there together. That'd be a first.
Although with the way Jeff is playing these days, he could probably do both sides, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. He goes both ways. Chidwick adds a little equity here.
Yeah, Chidwick went from nearly no equity to okay, maybe. Are we at all surprised that Chidwick would choose this hand to do this with?
You know, it's more about, I guess, not necessarily trying to put pressure on an ace, but more or less trying to push Heath off a similar holding. You know, he just didn't believe that Heath had an ace here. And that was, I think, sort of the point of the check raise. That you don't see it that often. There's not a lot of hands that make sense to really check raise. If you're Chidwick, it would be like aces up, or maybe a gut shot with the wheel with backdoor diamonds. You know, things like that that at least have some sort of equity. Chidwick, man, he goes to the streets. He's like a street poker sort of GTO combined player. You know, not everything he does is theoretically optimal, but he's in the moment and he understands his opponents better than everybody else, right? It's just you know, I think Robert in the chat, he says this is just a Chidwicky thing to do. And here he just thinks maybe we shut it down, that he can't really continue unless he has an ace.
It's very interesting because I think really, really good poker players find bluffs that most of us don't see. And this is not a spot that I would normally think would be a bluff. So, yeah, we'll call it a Chidwicky thing to do. He does shut it down. Heath will put a value bet out there, and the hand will be over in all likelihood. You know, I've seen players take, you know, backdoor equity and bluff in this spot. You know, let's say they've got on an ace-9-3 board, maybe they've got like, you know, jack-10 of spades. where there's a lot of really good turn cards that you'll want to continue on. Plus,
Right.
you can get some king highs. You can get some king highs and some queen highs to fold. You know, hands that we're actually losing to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just think Chidwick's hand selection there, not optimal, but he does this from time to time. And he sort of goes beyond the limits of what we would expect to see and takes strange hands to do it with. And I don't think it necessarily at all means that it's bad. I think he likes to press the envelope and likes to challenge himself and do new things.
Yeah.
And Frederick in the chat, again, we make jokes about chat pros, but really there are some insightful folks that'll join us here. Frederick, a great usage of just simply saying that's an exploitative play. You know, it's not necessarily game theory optimal, but perhaps he just thinks he can exploit Ben Heath, and that's all he was out to do.
Well, the gift that we have with the ability to be able to watch these great players play is that we see plays like that, and it kind of makes us look a little closer. Why is he doing this? What's he doing? Is this something that I can incorporate into my game? Should I? So forth and so on. Nonetheless, we continue on. Get a raise here from Heath. Vogelsang calls with King 8 suited. Chidwick going to call as well. 22,500 in the pot. Ace, Queen, Deuce. Chidwick flops the best of it.
I just realized, maybe you said this earlier, and I missed it, but we have both Vogelsangs at the table. We've got the tractor, Christoph Vogelsang, who joined us. And, of course, we've got the most beautiful man in Europe, Tom Vogelsang. They're not related, at least as far as I know. I mean, what sort of simulation is this, Tuck?
Yeah, this is wizardry. Two Vogelsangs, one table, something has to give.
Okay.
Chidwick check calls the flop with a queen.
If Heath bets here again, clearly turning sixes into a bluff, he would strictly be targeting a queen. And he's going to shut it down. You will see that once in a while where you sort of zone in on, okay, he probably doesn't have a ton of aces here. If he does, it certainly is not going to be that strong. It's unlikely to be ace-jack, ace-queen. Can we ever apply extra pressure to some sort of queen? Obviously not the case, as Chidwick makes queens up. And this hand is, in all likelihood, simply over.
$25,000 bet from Chidwick does not get looked up. Chidwick back up over 300,000. I was actually wondering if Christoph Vogelsang was there. PokerGO Hold'em is here. Free-to-play online poker. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. Sixes didn't work for Heath. He's going to try it with sevens. Matrosian with King Jack offsuit. Three bet from Matrosian. I believe this will be the last hand before the players go on break.
Future table guys, you're gonna go back to your original table, table 1.
Ace-9 deuce, 2 spades on that flop. Heath does make the call pre. 47,500 in there. Heath checks. Matrosian, the pre-flop 3-better, is going to try to rep that ace. Not a big bet. Doesn't need to bet big. And 2 red sevens go in the muck, and that is going to take us to break. Day 1 coverage of the Super High Roller Series, event number 6. The 50K no limit. Registration's still open, so we may still see the numbers pop up. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick pacing our featured table with 300,000 chips. Going to take a quick 10-minute break. See you then.
One of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivey's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivey gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivey rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivey will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivey will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivey
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivey.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivey doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
Right, the dry
Ace
nut
7?
flush.
Does Ace 7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a, it's going to be really hard to get away. Hear what Nick has to say.
So far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivey has nines full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivey also has bigger flushes. Petrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King-10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Petrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But
as that.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
They're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivey's very capable. King of Hearts, Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know, 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Petrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here. Probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivey takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total? Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me?
My hand out on this 30?
Yeah, the restaurant.
Oh, Petrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks,
done. Well done,
invested there.
Petrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Bodziakowski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Makita has bet $125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Makita will be okay to just check back here and try to occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close. Definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Makita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more
Sure.
after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Makita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Makita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Makita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Well, conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8 million when Seth Davies is over there on the other table with 30 bigs? And he does do it, Ali. Wow. Chidwick is capable of calling, by the way, but let's see. What a play by Bodziakowski. I was just having fun up here, but he did it.
1.3 million.
Let's see if Chidwick comes with the call. Wow, I guarantee you he won't have any time extensions when he does whatever he does.
This is a massive pot here on the order of that which these two shared earlier in today's competition.
What a play by Makita Bodziakowski. Beautiful. And I'm surprised Chidwick didn't think about it a little bit longer. But what a great, 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 great play.
Picking up the action back at the table. 9-7-5 with a couple of clubs. Negrano with the gun.
Hello and welcome back to the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Day one coverage of the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em event. We've already crowned one champion today. It was Danny Tang, the Tanganator, who won the 50K short deck. And here, day one of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks, and we have a new featured table for you.
Now, Tuck, you mentioned we might have a new featured table. I don't see Phil Ivey anywhere.
No Phil Ivey, but we have some other superstars for you. Daniel DeVoris, Timothy Adams, Jake Schindler, Elis Parsonen again, and Mr. Eibinger.
Jake Schindler, he has arrived. I don't know if he's been there the entire series thus far. If he has, we have not seen him at a final table, which means, well,
it's 10-7.
might be buried on the trip, Tuck.
Certainly possible. You wonder if all of these players have been here from the start or just arrived to play the 250K.
Well, I don't know where is.
Here's one of the great Canadians that will certainly play the 250K, Mr. Timothy Adams, the Prince of Poultry. All he eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is chicken.
Is that true?
Now? You got a fresh succulus?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately.
All he eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is chicken? Is that
Just
true?
chicken all day long. That's it. That's it. He'll order a salad here shortly with chicken, I guarantee it.
Seems bizarre. I mean, I like chicken, but how much
Loves
chicken
chicken,
can you
Doc.
eat? Daniel DeVoris plays all the games well. Thinks about the game in a special way. He is our chip leader at the feature table.
Of course, DeVoris, another one of those Canadians that's made the trip out here. You don't see Adams, you don't see DeVoris, you don't see Sam Greenwood playing many of the high rollers in the United States due to the tax implications. They are all elite talent.
This is an above average flop for Adams. Top pair with the flush draw.
You can put it in. Thank you.
Three of clubs on the turn. Once again, thanks for joining us. We are in Northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Day one coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. This is event 6 of the Super High Roller Series. I want to welcome all of you who might be watching on the Merit Poker or Lux and Pay YouTube channels. Those of you who are watching on the PokerGO YouTube channel, we are following that chat. So if you want to converse with us, if you have a question for us, that's the place to do it. And if you haven't done so yet, please hit that subscribe button. We are just under 250,000 subscribers. Trying to hit that 250,000 mark this week if we can.
Would love to do that, Tuck, on your watch. By the way, I wanted to point out that the cheeky, sneaky little check back by Adams on this hand, on the flop, which I believe has earned him this additional action from the pocket fours. Had he bet the flop, he may have lost a customer. He certainly keeps DeVoris curious by taking this line. Not a great run out for the Queen Nine of Diamonds. Clearly, backdoor clubs do come home, but perhaps we do try and eke out a little bit of value still in hopes of being called by worse.
And he's going to go for it. Hard to imagine DeVoris calling another straight here, but he's getting a really good price. Look at this bet, 8,500 into 81,000.
That exemplary pot control awareness, probably trying to get max value. I mean, that's DeVoris can't call much more than that with a couple of fours, right? Adams seemingly targeting fours, threes, ace high sorts of calls. There it is. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, DeVoris, you're looking at that situation. You're getting 10 to 1, 11 to 1 on a call. You know, going back to my limit hold'em days, it's hard to find. It's hard to find folds when you're getting 10, 11, 12 to 1 on your money. Brian Metzger in the chat says Schindler did play a Triton event, so based off that, we assume he has been there, and it has not been going well for him. Greg Hausch says, you say that, but then you don't answer 90% of the questions. Well, that's because, Greg, only 10% of the questions are good questions.
I didn't even see any of Greg's questions. What did we miss, Greg?
We answer all the good ones. How's that?
9,000.
So, Zach Marsh, by the way, you don't need to write everything in caps lock, man. I mean, this is like, we get it. You're here in the chat. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, caps are very aggressive. It's a very aggressive way to chat. You don't need to do that. Just not
Like what my
necessary.
dad does.
Schindler raising it up with ace-jack. Timothy Adams is going to call him. An interesting flop. Schindler with top pair. Top kicker. Adams open-ended. I haven't seen Jake Schindler in a while.
He's been playing all of the high rollers in Las Vegas, and I guess by the sounds of it, he did make this trip for the Triton
Been working out,
Super High
too?
Roller Series. Yeah, he's in great shape. He's, again, it's a part of this, what we're starting to see unfold for a lot of these elite players, getting their bodies in shape. He's chiseled, really is.
He looks like Ken. You know, Barbie and Ken?
Yeah, he's got a lot of Ken in him. Kenneth Schindler.
Check, bet, call. Pot is
He has
60,000.
a great presence, posture, poise, demeanor at the table. A man of, well, not so many words. He lets his chips and his game do the talking. Typically, when he does speak, it is quite funny. He's got a great personality when you get to know him. Extremely intimidating figure.
Adams with the check. Schindler going to fire a second bullet here. Big sizing, too. He bets 45,000 into 60. Back over to Adams. Thanks for the love, J. Rom. Appreciate that. And Adams is not going to see a river card. Hello, Brian S.
J.
Derek
Rom.
Lawler.
Yeah, hello, everybody. J. Rom on the chat says, would like to know what happened with that hand. What was going on with Chidwick? I assume he's talking about at the break, and did he call the all-in? He did not. That was from years ago in the Super High Roller Bowl. You can go back and check all that out on PokerGo. Subscribe now. Rewatch the older Super High Roller Bowl main events, and Makita got that bluff through with 9-8. High level.
$8,500.
Somebody brought up Ike Haxton in the chat. And I wanted to ask you your take on Haxton and where he fits in the poker world, the upper echelon of players.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, Ike used to play all of these events. We haven't really seen him since the COVID pandemic began. Do I think he can compete? Do I think he could play with these guys? Absolutely. Do I believe he has an edge? No. But I also don't think that many of these guys do have much of an edge. I think that, you know, the ROI is a small percentile. as far as return here. I mean, these guys are just all so good. But Ike would be all right. You know, he'd fit right in there. He'd blast off with the bunch. He's got all the money. We know that.
Trip fives from Mulder. Bet and take it. Very quiet for day one.
Yeah,
Is
you're
that
not going to get a
typical?
lot of talking. Yeah, you're not going to have a lot of chatter at this table in particular. Nobody here overly animated, all quiet, reserved. Schindler, again, he's not going to say much. Ibinger might chat a little bit. Tim Adams, Dvoris, typically a little bit of banter back and forth. Elis Parsonen, we know he's on the quieter side. Just depends, I think, Tuck. You know, day one doesn't necessarily mean that they're always quiet. Just depends on the lineup, on the dynamics.
Yeah, no doubt. It just always surprises me. It shouldn't, but it always does. You see a day one of a tournament, and you think, well, I mean, got a long road to hoe. Why so quiet? But yeah, it's just the dynamic. These players are in the zone. As
They're
you
tired
mentioned,
too, man. They've been here for a long time. It's not exactly a spring chicken at this stretch.
This has been a gruel for most of these players. Just jumping from tournament to tournament, nonstop poker, day after day. And they've been here for a while, as you mentioned.
Greg
players
in
with
the
an ace
chat.
high.
Talk nothing but love for the 500th time. What are the blinds, and can the graphics people get them in there? It's not like a simple, hey, let's just add some new graphics. That's not how this works. But as far as the blinds, yeah, we'll try and get you those. We're watching this with you in real time as we speak. This is just bonus extended coverage. If you want to see what's happening via live reporting, head over to pgt.com. And we'll get you that. Take a look at the current chip counts, of course.
Yeah, brought to us by Merit Poker. Dan Dvoris with 276,000. Mulder with 259.5. Timothy Adams on 240. Matthias Ibinger, our short stack at the feature table with 127,000. And yeah, we'll get you those blinds in a moment. I'll have my graphics team works on something right away.
Say I would go just because I'm not sure.
35 entries so far.
But I would go again. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was. I felt so bad. Man, the next day I was in such bad shape. I don't know why. Like.
Looks like the blinds are 2,000, 4,000.
One of my friends from Finland, he
A
tells
little
me in the
conversation.
summer
Here we go. Let's tune in.
you can bet on how many people are going to drown because everyone gets so drunk and just.
It's a little morbid.
Yeah, it's very morbid.
Drowning and what is going on?
I was talking with Nico the next day, or a few days after. And he was like, Alice and I were trying to find his car. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. That got, it escalated very fast.
Maybe it's better when they don't talk.
We're talking about drowning and
in blood.
Maniacal things here.
Yeah.
Animals.
Yeah, blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. We have 35 entries so far. Registration still open. Levels are 40 minutes long. Those yellow chips are worth 1,000 each.
And Greg says, I'm as chill as can be. Even pay for PokerGo. By the way, appreciation. Thank you, Greg. All the love there. Just looking for normal info that appears on screen typically. Yeah, it's not our, again, this is overseas. It's not our production. We are simply hosting the stream. And it's not a simple, hey, let's just add information at chat's request. It takes time to build out graphics. You can see the stack size there next to Parsonen. And we know they're playing the 2K, 4K level.
Parsenen's had a good week. He's made 2 PLO final tables. Eliminated both times by Ali Mserovic. And Ali laughed about it both times. Ace-King, King-10, and 2 aces out there for Elis. The Finn versus Ibinger. Max Lewin says, you want a table talk? You get table talk about death props. You know what? I did say that. You're right. Funny how different the games are. You know, we've covered Pot Limit Omaha, we've covered Short Deck, here we're covering No Limit Hold'em, and how differently the games are played, the dynamic at the table, so forth and so on.
Parsonen really is a PLO expert as well. You heard him yesterday when we had him on coverage. He wasn't even certain he was going to play this event. Thrilled to see him hop in there. We know Dylan Weissman is now playing the 50K no limit variety.
Yeah, Dylan very open about his limitations as a no limit hold'em player. He is primarily just PLO. In fact, I don't even think he played the World Series of Poker main event.
Bless you.
Mulder raising to 8,000 with the Queen 6. That's a min raise. And Michael Fermani, by the way, I tend to agree. You know, I don't like a screen cluttered with too much information, but I think, you know, some information is obviously useful. I'm with you. But as Brent mentioned, this is a production being done in Northern Cyprus. We're just hosting it on the PokerGo YouTube channel. And we've got an action flop for you. Parsonen with top pair. Schindler with bottom set. Mulder is actually the pre-flop raiser with Queen 6.
Seems like there will be liftoff. Parsonen has that 10 of hearts as well. Schindler, what a spot on the button, bottom set. On a bit of a dynamic board, 4 ways.
And you figure this is worth at least a couple of streets of value, depending on the run out. Pot is 48,000. Schindler bets 1/3 the pot, so it's 12,000 over to Parsonen. He's going to make the call. Yellow chips are 1K. The blue chips are 5K.
Ooh.
Ooh, indeed.
We have life.
Yeah, Parsonen now picks up a gut shot and a flush draw. And suddenly he's got 25% equity. Would love to see a river card for free. But Schindler with bottom set is unlikely to allow that.
Thank you.
And it goes check, check. So Schindler does let Parsonen see a river for free. The board pairs.
I think Parsonen is perplexed by Schindler's line. You saw the little glance looking over. What sort of hands would Schindler be betting relatively fat on the flop and then checking back whenever the flush does come home on the turn? You know, for us at home, it's like, well, clearly he's got a set and he was worried about the flush getting there. But would Schindler have bet a flush draw as well on the flop and then, you know, checked it back on the turn to sort of look under rep to ensure that we get an extra added street of value on various rivers? Would he have done the same thing with a set? Would he have done it with a good jack? And I think really for Parsonen, this is just, this looks like it has to be a value bet for Schindler. And if that's the case, Jack 10 just doesn't perform well.
No, I think Jack 10 at this point, clearly just a bluff catcher. The green chip, by the way, 25K. The blue chip, 5K. Schindler bets 40,000 into 60,000. He did check back the turn, and Parsonen gets away from it. That's a nice laydown. Very, very nice laydown. Schindler up to 261,000.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff by Schindler all the way around. Great point by Frederick again in the chat. High frequency check since most of Elis's range are straights and flush draws on that flop. And of course, you have to remember the jack certainly can be there as well. I would think that's just well played by both players.
Mulder on 267,000. Not going to play it. DeVoris with fives. Andre Tomas says, tonight I am playing the monthly main event at my poker club in Venice. Wish me luck. Good luck, Andre.
8.5.
Yeah, best of luck.
Go get him. I think we got your Vegas dust storms, by the way, here in L.A.
Yeah, you got
some
the
wind
winds
storms
howling.
going on. We got some howling winds, yeah. I thought the dog's inside.
It looks like it's a little bit clearer here, so that would make sense if it headed out your way. A little chillier in Vegas today, as it has been. We've had beautiful weather. I think today it's, you know, maybe in the 60s at the moment, Tuck.
Springtime, Vegas springtime is my favorite. That and fall. I was actually, to have the World Series of Poker in October and a little bit of November, that was just absolutely wonderful. I wish that was a year. I wish that was a yearly thing. I know that obviously isn't going to happen, but what a pleasure. April, May, October, my favorite months in Vegas. DeVoris with the check mark. He's going to take that one down up to 289,000 chips. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. 2022 Super High Roller Series. This is event number 6. Danny Tang won the 50K short deck earlier today. Jason Kuhn finished third in that event. Lun Loon was our runner-up. This is day one coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We'll have the final table here for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
And I've been keeping an eye on the live reporting, which you can find pgt.com/live reporting. We are now up to 39 total entrants in this event. 24 do remain. Current chip leader, Rok Gostisha, about 550,000. Vyacheslav Boldigan, who was with us at the start, he's accumulated 460. Sam Greenwood, 390. Jason Kuhn, 320. And Phil Ivey rounds out the top five, right around 300,000.
Seven high flop here. Mulder with a straight draw. Backdoor clubs. Just overs for Parsonen. Boldigan does a good job there. I mean, we saw him get eliminated at our table. So I guess he re-entered and has been able to run up a stack.
Tuck, another question for you in the chat. Will we see any more 888 car interviews? Love the Matisau one. That is fun content. What are your plans this summer, Tuck? What are you working on?
I appreciate that, Bri. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, the 888 Ride series that I've done for a few years, I've had a lot of big-name players in the car with me, and it's been a lot of fun. We had Mike the Mouth last in November. And the plan is right now to get that series going again. Now that, you know, we feel a little bit safer about getting in the car with somebody post-pandemic. We'll get that one going.
Were you actually, were you feeling safe in the car with Mike Matisau?
No, definitely not.
That had to be
never
terrifying.
Well, I was doing the driving. He was just talking, so it's okay.
What did he talk about? I didn't catch the I mean, I need to see this, but what was he? I mean, the man's got a lot to say.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what the editors had to do. So basically, the way 888 Ride works is it's basically comedians in cars, but it's not funny because it's me. So I pick up a poker player, I drive him around Vegas, we talk, okay? The editors edit it down to a nice little show that we can put on YouTube, right? I can only imagine what the editors had to do with Mike the Mouth because, as you mentioned, Mike doesn't shut up. I mean, you don't get the nickname the Mouth by accident. The Mike, Mike just goes on and on and on and on, and finally, I had to just pull over and, you know, we're only looking to make a few-minute show here.
Any politics for Matisau?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I even said to him, I said, you realize if we talk politics, none of that is going to make the show. So there's no point in us going in that direction. And he just couldn't help himself. Could not help himself. But, yeah, the 888 Ride series has been a lot of fun through the years. Phil Hellmuth has been in there. Maria Ho. Brian Rast. The list goes on and on.
I'm sure Hellmuth never talked about himself at all.
No, not at all. He's such a selfless man, just giving. Now, he was actually a really good, it was a good interview. Pair of jacks, backdoor hearts for Adams. Not much going on for Schindler. Who would you want to see if I was doing an 888 Ride this summer? Who would you want me to get in the car?
Are you talking to me or the chat in general or both?
Both. Why not? I'll throw it out to the chat. Let me know. Who do you guys want to see?
Mm-hmm.
I had Lon McCarron this summer.
How about, I mean, I'd like to see some of these guys, some of the PGT high rollers, get to know them a little bit more. Crack the shell, if you will. This guy, Jake Schindler, he never really has a ton to say, but maybe if he's stuck in a car with you, he'd open up a little bit.
I don't have many gifts, but I'm pretty good at getting people to talk.
Yeah. I'd like to see and hear you do that. How about Mickey Appleman?
Ooh.
Can you bring back Mickey? Throw him in the car with you? Thinking back to some of these old school World Series characters, you know, Mickey Appleman. He's there.
Greg Hoosh says Doug Polk. I've actually had Doug Polk on. Doug and I took a trip in my my 888 car. We took a trip to a cannabis dispensary. That was our ride. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Schindler is up to no good here. 5 high, no pair, no draw.
Yeah, Adams played this hand, you know, a little slow. 2 diamonds out there, an ace out there. And now he's facing a pot-sized bet on the river. Trying to figure out if he induced this or if Schindler has it. Nice call there from Adams. Adams now up to 273,000. Schindler on 224,000. Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey, Sean Winter, Bicknell, Foxen. Some good names out there.
Will Kassouf, yeah, he'd say a lot in there too. You wouldn't get a word in.
That's kind of the game plan, right? I think the people out there, they hear enough from me being the play-by-play guy. The whole point of it is get somebody in the car they want to hear about. You know who was great I had in there? Recent Hall of Famer. You know, we talked about the Hall of Famer earlier today. Elia Lesra. There's a guy with some stories.
Oh, boy, yeah. He's been through it all.
Great call there from the Canadian. Tough spot. I mean, calling not that hard with a pair of jacks on the ace-ace board, but calling a pot-sized bet. We saw Mulder raise 6 diamonds. Sorry,
you know, polarizing spot too, where Schindler just unlikely has many bluffs. Right? He just never shows up in those spots while bluffing, and he happened to be in that spot. And for Adams to just correctly pick it off, it goes a lot to show you his skill set.
Well, DeVore shows you his skill set. Taking ace-5, 3-betting with it. Getting some good names in there. Victor Blom, Garrett Adelstein.
One cappuccino, please. Thanks.
I don't know if you
really
get
good
Garrett at
suggestions.
the World Series. I think he plays once in a great while, the main event, but other than that, he never comes out for tournaments.
Nah, the good news is, though,
fantastic.
I got a car. That's the whole point of the ride, right?
Oh, you're going to head out to L.A. You pick him up.
I can head out to L.A., exactly. I mean, hey, even a better show. I could drive all the way from L.A. to Vegas, drop him off at the main event.
Beautiful.
Adams is going to raise here with ace-jack offsuit. Just a reminder, a scheduling reminder, we are back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. The final table of the event you're watching right here will be what is in store for us. April 13th, 14th, and 15th, we've got the Super High Roller Bowl. That's right. As Brent alluded to earlier, the most likely scenario, what a flop for Eibinger. Top pair and a flush draw. We'll get the final table of this event tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern, and when this concludes, we will probably, nothing definite, but probably have day one coverage of the Super High Roller Bowl. Then April 14th and 15th, we'll wrap that one up.
Officer Eibinger typically wears the orange poker code hoodie. This is a different look for him. Getting a little action with an absolute monster right now.
It's funny, you and I talked about the pace of play, and this is the first time this week that I've noticed it being a little slower. Because we've covered No Limit Hold'em before as well. Eibinger does make the flush. Today's the first day where I've noticed it just a tad slow.
Yeah, and again, this is why right now in these certain spots, each player should simply have 10 seconds to act. If you're raised, you get a little more time. But it's, you know, Eibinger here taking, I don't know how much time this is here. We're well past 10. Going to give him the old knuckle.
Have to imagine Adams checks this back, but he's considering his options.
$20, $21, $22.
And he is going to bluff at it.
$23, $24. So about 24 seconds, and he's going to throw out a little bluff there. Eibinger getting everything he wanted.
Yeah. I mean, Eibinger gets absolute max value. Adams has nothing.
Thank you.
Perhaps targeting an 8 is the goal of Adams' bet here, as the flush does come home. He does have the jack of diamonds in his hand, of course. Queen, typically, especially of the diamond, would be a terrible card if he were, in fact, up against an 8. But as we can see, Eibinger just has the goods. Adams stepped right into it.
Oops. Adams a quick fold. Eibinger takes it down. Eibinger up to 152,000. I'll throw this idea out there for you and for our audience. So I know Patrick Antonius just put something out there where there's going to be, you know, you've got 10 seconds stacked on your hand. If there's action before you, you get 20 seconds. If there's a 3-bet, you get a little bit more, so forth and so on, right?
Late registration.
Okay.
Only 6?
See what's going on here.
Bye, Timmy.
Why not?
Well, while they do this, I'll talk about PokerGO Hold'em. PokerGO Hold'em is here. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark. You can be part. That's right. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Hellmuth, Danny Negreanu, their avatars are all in the game. Brent Hank's voice is in the game. And you can download it on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Looks like we're getting some players moving. We're losing Adams.
Or next hand, I mean, because we were doing the high card, right?
So what I'd like to see happen,
I would
Brent.
guess it's just because they want to make sure that we're able to play down to the money today.
Which one I'm using?
Okay. It's still possible when you like.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
yeah.
The only reason why they extended yesterday was in order that the short stack players could still have the opportunity to jump into the holding.
Yeah, but then that wasn't even the case because they had dinner break. But
no, like technically, I think it was time for it. That's why.
No, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know exactly what's going on.
How many bullets? Just second. I didn't have the.
Boitas
give the opportunity.
Joining us, Timothy Adams. Moving to another table.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here. You're fresh stack, right?
Fresh, yeah.
Boitas, brand new in this tournament, just joined.
Where's Andras?
Schindler's going to raise with Queen 10.
He has a final table at GG.
Couldn't
so
call.
He won't play because of that.
Oh, he played the 10K?
10K, yeah.
Schindler open-ended. Parson with a pair of jacks.
So
We'll get some
like
action
7
here.
in the morning or 6.
Yeah, he said that's late.
Sounds like Boitas has just joined us. That is Zero Human Zero online, talking about, I believe, or excuse me, maybe that's Omaha for Rolls. I think it's Omaha for Rolls. Either way, someone that he's out here on the trip with able a GG 10K.
Like 2Ks, everything.
Let's tune in.
Yeah.
And apparently made the final table.
Well.
Yeah.
Parson in check calls. Pot now 54,000.
How old are you?
29.
29.
You're younger, right?
Yeah, 27.
We don't get much table talk, so I can propose my idea when they're done.
What age did you start?
I think like 17, 18 maybe.
Yeah? Not so early then. Like 14, I think.
14?
Probably, yeah.
You played in like home games or something? Like home games in
yeah.
the country?
3-year-olds and like home games in the city.
Schindler with the double barrel. He bets 40,000 in the 54.
They're already playing high stakes by
big sizing. Parsonen,
I wouldn't say
not a believer. He's going to make the call.
Sometimes yes, sometimes broke.
Oh yeah, Parsonen's locked in here. He seems to have Schindler right where he's at.
Like 100.
Yeah, me too.
Backdoor diamonds got there.
That's a concern for Parsonen, clearly.
50 now for 3 months and win 100 pints.
If Schindler had a hand like 9-10 of diamonds, and here we go, incoming.
Yeah, you think of the double barrel range of Schindler, the bluffs that he has. At least some of them would have picked up diamonds, right?
Absolutely, and Parsonen does not have a diamond in his hand, which is also a cause for concern. I think he'd feel a lot better about the situation if he had some sort of Jack X of diamond, and there's a big fold and a huge bluff for Schindler gets through. So we have now seen 2 big bluff attempts by Schindler. He's 1 for 2 to be exact, but that one mattered the most because he was all in for his tournament life. So fascinating, Tuck, as you stated earlier, to get under the hood and watch these guys maneuver early on day 1.
Yeah, can't even tie the top because it's so full.
He did not take much time either. Diamond came off.
Well, he's
Parsonen
clearly
checked.
listening to us.
He piled the chips in pretty quickly on that one. So I'm going to throw my proposal out there.
Because you're just like, yeah.
So we talk about all these time things, and I know in chess you get a clock, right? And you hit your clock, and you have that. Now, that's obviously not practical in a poker tournament. Okay, we know that. But I would love to figure out a way where players would have, sort of like online, players have X amount of time per tournament to make decisions on their hand. And as the tournament progresses, you get more time. And, you know, so if you could make decisions pre-flop in 6-7 seconds, well, then later on, when you need the time, you'll have it.
I don't think that's
I'm not smart
unreasonable,
enough.
Tuck. In fact, Daniel Negreanu said this is exactly what's needed, is you get a certain amount of time for an entire tournament. That's it. That's all you've got. And if you run out, you simply run out of time, and you start getting penalized. But I love the
then
solution.
Yeah, I mean, when you run out of time, you get 10 seconds for a decision. That's it. But, I mean, it's just one of those things where, you know, maybe every level, every 3 levels, whatever it is, every break, you get a little bit more time added on. And, you know, that way the players who do act fast in situations that are trivial, pre-flop or whatever it might be, they're rewarded because they have more time later on when they need it.
Certainly reasonable. I like it.
I don't know practically how it would work. I mean, maybe everybody has a card or something that you got to, you know, you put your card in, and so every card has their own separate kind of, you know, timer on it.
That's the
And somehow
difficulty,
it's kept
right?
track. I don't know how it works.
Doable to test and to figure out for these smaller fields, particularly these high rollers, you know, where it's much more manageable. But, you know, you take that concept of the World Series of Poker where you've got thousands of people in an event, it just doesn't seem possible.
Ibinger nails the gutter. He can only chop this pot or win it. Can't lose it. 42,500 in there. Mulder does check his pair of sevens. Action back over to Ibinger. Yeah, I've tried to kind of come up with different ways how it could work. Far smarter people out there that can maybe come up with it. But that, to me, I've always liked the system like that, where if you think you might need time in certain situations, you can kind of make it up in other ones. And for any of you out there who play chess, then you're probably familiar with something like that, at least. (2022) Super High Roller Series, event number 6, day 1 coverage. 50K no limit. We've got well over 30 entries now. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Ibinger. He's going to play. There's a look at the man. Boitis. 5-4 suited. Yeah, why not? Let's see a flop.
Douglas Pavic in the chat. What's up, Douglas? Says, hey, Brent and Tuck, I have the design, but the day job is in the way of getting it out. I've already started on it. Everyone uses their own phones. That's interesting. You've got the technology in hand. Most people do have a phone.
Huh. The problem with that is what happens if somebody doesn't have a phone? Are you now telling people they have to have a phone to play poker?
And I hate phones at the table. Hate them. In fact, I want to remove them entirely from any of our feature or final tables inside the studio.
I think you should. I think it helps the game. I think, number one, it speeds the game up. I think from a social perspective, you get more talk at the table. People aren't stuck in their phones. I'm all for it. King high was already the best hand. Running kings, going to ensure that. Boitis. Not going to take a shot at this one, though. Can you imagine a bet from Ibringer will be a fold? But Boitis, I mean, kings and sixes with an ace kicker. Do you call a small enough bet if it's for a chop? I don't know. Unlikely, but. Yeah, I will tell you that, you know, you and I talked about prop bets yesterday or the day before. I wish somebody would offer me money to get rid of my smartphone. I'd love to not have one. I know, the
Really?
logical.
You just don't want one in general.
I'd love the excuse to get rid of it for a little while. I know people in the chat are probably just going to be like, well, Tuck, just get rid of it. You know?
I remind you of the bet.
And I can't do it on my own. I need added motivation.
No, just the hand.
But I would love the incentive to just get rid of the stupid phone and, you know,
Are you
not look at
addicted
it.
to your phone? Is that
I mean,
is
probably
it a problem?
no more. Probably no more or no less than anybody, you know, most people today.
Yeah. I mean, I have a problem. I take it with me everywhere. I'll find myself sitting on the couch.
We all do, don't we?
Checking out Twitter or whatever, yeah.
I mean, I think society in general, I think the vast majority of people probably have, you know, a problem. You know, I don't think I'm on my phone more than most people, but probably no less, though. I mean, I'll put it this way. If Bill Perkins offered me a nice 5-figure sum to not to look at my iPhone for a year, I'd snap call.
So by nice 5-figure sum, 10,000. Not enough, huh?
That's a small amount. Get rid of my phone.
You can't use it for anything? Just simply no phone in your life whatsoever? No
I would literally take the phone and put it in a safe and not use it. No, it would just be like we used to.
How does your family get a hold of you?
Like we used to. I'll be home. I don't know. I mean, you grew up without cell phones. So did I. We all got by.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? We survived somehow, some way.
Or
we
you borrow
survived without
someone's
cell phones.
phone and you call your wife. That sort of thing.
And maybe you figure out part of the prop bet is you can have like you can have a flip phone that has no internet or something like that. Boyd just picks up kings. You seem like you have zero interest in this. The vegan thing you do for a nice amount of money, but the phone thing, no way. You need it, right?
Oh no, talk. Listen. There's always a price. You know, I don't know what mine is for the phone thing. I have to have, for my job, I just have to be in constant communication with players and talents across the board. I don't think I could get away with it, but there's always a price, you know. I might get fired from my job, but perhaps the price is right where it doesn't matter.
There you go.
Well, I could still use email, right? I could take my laptop with me everywhere and just have it.
Taking a look here at Boitis.
Taking a long look at
privilege.
Boitis. It's our Boitis cam.
Yeah, we have a special Boitis cam there. think he's the second time we've seen him at our feature table.
I believe you're right. Omaha for Rolls. I think that's the online name.
That sounds
we
right.
Established for him. An absolute killer.
Yes, that is right. Laszlo Boitas, Omaha for Rolls. The Hungarian, he's 28 years old. See a lot of these PLO experts jumping into the no-limit ring. I think the PLO guys would really like these no-limit guys to jump in their PLO ring, too.
And a lot of these guys just have all the money. You know, Boitas kills it online. He's probably got like 3,000 Bitcoin. Who knows? Just a great deal of wealth amongst the high roller community.
Six-eye flop here, 2 hearts. Ibinger open-ended with the 7-4. He's up against 2 players, both with King-Jack. Yeah, I would definitely give up my smartphone.
Dutch guys doing it, and even if the
for 1 Bitcoin.
Well, I think now you're talking, Tuck. I mean, 1 Bitcoin, that's, I think at the moment, worth around $40,000 USD, and clearly the sky's the limit, allegedly, as far as that currency is concerned. And this is great here by Ibinger as we tune back into the hand. In an orthodox line, we defend from the big multi-way, flop texture that favors us, and we simply just lead. And I think he has another great card to consider doing it once more. He tries to understand what Boitas can have in this particular spot. King Jack of Diamonds, the backdoor love and equity. Keep in mind, Boitas just flatted a raise preflop. Could he have small baby pairs? Yeah. Well, we can probably remove some of the 5s. It would probably it would make sense for him to have a hand like 5-6 suited of clubs. Of course, now the only thing that really would make the most sense, maybe 5-6. I guess that's the only combination, really. So again, a great 2-barrel opportunity with just 7 high.
It's this kind of out-of-the-box thinking that we watch sometimes. And if this is a recreational player, you might even be like, oh, the donk lead, or what is he doing? But because it's a really good player, because it's somebody with the pedigree of a Matthias Ibinger, we kind of, you look again. And I think that's something that all the good players do. They just try to always think, okay, how can I make my opponents uncomfortable? How can I take this standard traditional hand and put my spin on it, so to speak? I really like that lead out by him.
Really pretty stuff by Officer Ibinger.
It's a good story. We had a lot of adventures in Panama, in Macau.
Schindler raising it up with the ace-deuce. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now. So that's a min raise, Parsonen. Likely to come along for the ride. Only has 73,000 behind, and he's actually going to move all in. No flop necessary. He gets the ace-deuce in the muck.
Elis still kicking himself, I think, over that Schindler hand. Uncertain if he made the correct decision, folding ace-jack to Schindler's shove, where he just had queen-10 high for a miss straight. I would imagine, Tuck, that a lot of these guys by now are privy to information that has been captured on the stream. They're learning in real time what has happened thus far.
That's fair. I think that's fair to assume for sure. In a spot like that, when you have ace-jack, and again, the board was king-jack, X, and then running diamonds, so Schindler had queen-10 for the misdraw, but he did have the 10 of diamonds.
At the same time. It's just for different sizes.
What was the card?
I think you correctly pointed out, yeah, he missed the straight in that spot. But he's playing diamonds the exact same way. So while we want to be results-oriented, we can look at that one spot and say, yep, you made the bad fold with ace-jack, but over the long run, I don't know if it's a bad fold. If that makes any sense.
No, I think it does, right? I mean, he had a key card in his hand, that 10 of diamonds, to tell a story. And if Parsonen had a single diamond in his hand, it might have made the call a little bit easier, or at least changed his decision-making.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is, while in that exact spot, he folded the winner, I think more often than not, if he makes that call, he's probably going to be shown the goods. Boitas, not going to get much action. Gets a little bit, though. 28-year-old Hungarian. More of a PLO player than no limit hold'em, but a good player, a good poker player nonetheless, for sure.
Not sure if we saw that correctly, but did Ibinger fold pocket nines pre there?
You know what? I was looking down at the. I was looking down at my notes, so I didn't notice that if it did happen.
I thought he must have been involved in the hand, and we just didn't see the graphic and was waiting for it to move over, and then saw Boitas collecting the pot.
I do have a shirt with.
I don't know.
That's what the chat is saying. The chat is all kind of wondering. Wait, he folded 9-9? He folded 9-9, so I guess he did. I was looking down at the player bios and didn't catch it, but was it just to one bet or was it a three bet?
No, there was no three bet. Boitas opened under the gun with aces, and I assumed that Ibinger had called and we had moved around the table and we just hadn't seen him. Must have been some sort of graphics error or what have you, but I think he just mucked pre.
I'm assuming it must be an RFID error then. That seems weird. I mean, at this point of the tournament to just fold nines?
I think you're right. At 9, it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever.
You know, we don't often get those.
They happen.
But, yeah, it happens once in a while if you know, let's say you're sitting in seat number 2 or seat number 1, then the cards fly over your sensor. It can mess it up for a second. Michael Formani confirming, he said it was single raise and he was on the button and with 9-9 and he folded. Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense.
17.
Mulder betting 17,000. Boitas is queen 3 in the muck, and we continue on. Again, this is just day one coverage.
The original?
Giving us an opportunity to look under the hood at how these players think.
It's Reiner.
No, not Jeff.
Huh?
It's on the party poker patch.
Yeah. Maybe somebody at some point can ask him about that hand, but I'm gonna go on the assumption that there was a graphics error or an RFID error, and that he did not just he did not fold nines there. Or although Andreas Weber points out, hey, right moment to fold nines pre when your opponent has aces.
It's just weird. It's spooky.
I don't buy it.
I don't think so. I'm guessing it was an RFID error, but yeah, that was bizarre to say the least.
Schindler on 250,000 chips. Gonna raise up with King 10. Mulder makes the call. Divorce out of the way.
And here we go. Mulder, I believe we're on the button. 5-4 suited. If we can play the button with a hand like 5-4 suited, certainly we'd play nines. Ibinger.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm just not buying it.
Same.
I mean, there are some times where you're near the money, you're at a final table, there are ICM considerations where you can sell it. But at this point of the tournament, I just cannot imagine a scenario where you're folding nines with a button to a single raise.
Panama?
For any reason, really. Even if I knew my opponent had aces, okay, great.
Like non-degens.
Even more of a reason to call it nines.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say it's like...
Dapper Dave asking if Phil Ivey is still in. Last we checked, he was, right? You can check out, you can go to pgt.com and get all the live reporting. The last we checked, Ivey was on about 300,000 chips.
And it's also like the same as like, there's like, you know, all these like tall buildings that are just like all marble on the exterior or whatever. But then you're like walking on the sidewalk outside of the building. And then there's just like fallen down wires going across the street and like holes in the, so many holes.
Nines are no good for Ibinger, but he's going to play jacks.
Like that are like 6 feet deep, where if you're like drunk at night and like not watching where you're going, you could die. Yeah.
I think Divorce is talking about not watching where you're going and being on your phone, maybe? Yeah, I've seen some horror
I don't know,
stories
but we've
about
heard
that.
a lot of sort of death talk whenever they pipe up. First it was drowning.
Yeah.
Prop bets. Now we're talking about dying while walking, talking on the phone. Maybe we don't want them to speak, Tuck.
Yeah, maybe table talk is overrated. By the way, Alistair Donaldson agrees with you. Says, I think they should ban phones at the table.
There's really no sense. There's no point. I mean, all the
How much
events
pushback
we've
would you get?
There's some palace-looking place.
Who cares? Then don't play. You know,
No, I'm with you. I'm just wondering how much pushback you get.
times we have had final tables with players at the table where they're looking at their phones and they're looking at the charts. They're looking at ranges. I mean, come on.
That's terrible. Seriously?
We're at the final table. We don't need this, guys. Get rid of the phones. No one should have that. Ridiculous.
They're looking at their phones and looking at their ranges?
Yeah, and how they're going to change and what they're calling. Yeah,
I wasn't here last time, but yeah, it does kind of suck that like
Vogelsang is wearing pants today. Good news.
Like, the place looks like a little deserted, right? 'Cause it's like all the pools are empty.
Looks like he's wearing
there's,
capris,
like,
though.
Construction tape everywhere.
Got like
well,
short
that's
ones.
fine. It's a qualifier.
Lunch and like a bunch of peers.
Very hip, very stylish. All the kids are wearing them these
By
days.
the looks of it, they're starting to open up, but because I saw them.
Yeah, I've covered live streams before where phones are not allowed. I'm a big fan of it. I think get rid of them.
No point. You don't need them.
Sometimes people make an argument, go, well, I work a job where I need to be held. You know, somebody's got to get a hold of me. Okay.
How much are you playing?
Maybe your wife's pregnant. Okay. There's always an exception to the rule. Mulder raises, calls a 3-bet from Schindler. Case 10 out there. Schindler's made some hands today. Kind of expecting
Certainly
to have more
has.
chips.
Made hands, gotten some big bluffs through. And I think he's very likely going to get a little action here from Mulder, having connected with a 10 as well. That case 10, as you pointed out.
I don't know how you...
Great price.
Yeah, I don't know how you call a 3-bet pre, flop a 10 on this board, and then just check fold. Seven of diamonds in the turn. Pot is 150,000.
For Schindler now, mindset, 150 in the middle. You can see the stack sizes next to both opponents. It's hard to put your opponent on a 10, right? It's extremely difficult. So what is the more likely scenario for him to have? Can have a lot of jacks here. Can he have draws, hands like king, queen? Yeah. Certainly could be the case. This is a very, very interesting check, perhaps trying to represent that he doesn't have a made hand.
And Mulder checks it back.
Lot.
Does Mulder not have many flush draws in his range since he checked back the turn?
I don't know what flush draws they would be. I mean, could he have like ace, queen of spades? Unlikely, right? That hand is probably going to be getting in pre-flop, or at least you would assume so.
Schindler checks it again.
Yeah, this is something else by Schindler. He is just trying to suggest that he has a hand like ace, queen, ace, king that he's missed. Trying to induce Mulder to eke a
And
little
Mulder
value,
does
and that
not
backfired.
fire at it. And Mulder's, you said a smile. Mulder's, okay, cool. Lost the minimum on that one. That could have been worse. Interesting hand from Jake, for sure. Take a look at the Merit Poker leaderboard. Jake Schindler on 315,000. Daniel DeVoris on 273. Elis Parsonen, the PLO expert. He's already made 2 final tables this week. Has some work to do. Only 92,500 for Parsonen.
I think the chat a little confused by Schindler's fancy play, thinking that he missed out on all the value, and you know it's possible. He could have missed out on a little bit more. It's hard to give your opponent a 10. I think we can still target a jack. Queen jack suited makes a lot of sense. It's not going to be a lot of unsuited hands unless it's exactly ace jack off that's in there facing a 3-bet.
I think, yeah, see, I think you nailed it on the head there, Brent. If we don't give our opponent a 10, which, I mean, we've got 2 of them. There's one on the deck. There's one on the board, so it's very unlikely our opponent has a 10. You know, we're trying to get value. And if Mulder has a jack there, he's likely betting the river, right?
I think he's probably going to try and get a little thin value if he has ace jack, right? Maybe not even thin. It just seems like an easy value bet. But Schindler also allows Mulder to keep his bluffs in play by opening up the turn and, again, the river. Let's say Mulder did have king-queen with a spade. You know, that would have been a perfect river to sort of overbet, try and apply a lot of pressure to lesser hands. King-queen would effectively be a bluff there, even if he were up against a hand like ace-queen, ace-king that Schindler could have possessed. A couple of nines.
I think sometimes we forget, you know, they don't see the cards, so they have very limited information. And while the double check there from Schindler certainly looks strange and didn't work out for him in that particular spot, and I don't think it's as perplexing as people might think.
No, Yeah, I think it's very fair. Obviously, Schindler was never considering folding at any point, no matter what happened on the turn or the river.
Right.
He was not going to get off of that hand.
Well, he picks up tens again. He's going to raise to 10,000, min raise. I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, clearly if he knows his opponent has exactly ace-10, he's going to put some value in there because that's the only way he's going to get value. But it's really hard to put your opponent on a 10 in that spot. This time, Mulder's got king-jack. Ace-ace-3. 2 hearts out there. Tobu says that was the best Hanks has ever analyzed the hand.
Wow. Appreciate that, Tobu. Yeah, it doesn't happen often. Let's face facts.
I'm pretty sure that's a backhanded compliment, but you'll take it, right?
Hey, listen, I'll take anything. Any sort of compliment, I'll take it, Tuck. There's no shame.
Schindler with a 19,000 chip bet. Back over to Mulder. Pot is 56.5. Mulder calls. King on the river.
You know, it's the power and the value of King High, right? We think that Schindler can show up with less. Sort of feel like King High can be the best hand. And Schindler, again, he had him right where he wanted him. He was getting the sorts of calls from Mulder, who's simply a non-believer in the moment. And wisely, of course, checked back there with the tens. Was a little concerned that Mulder was calling with an ace, perhaps a sticky, stubborn king high sort of holding. Kudos again to Schindler, despite losing the pot.
This is the only reason why I'll play devil's advocate on that last hand. If we're playing against players who are notoriously sticky, players who fight for every hand, then wouldn't we want to bet our set there? Because we know we're going to get called by all the draws, all the jacks. If somehow, inexplicably, they do have the case 10 in their hand, do we want to give our opponent a chance to be sticky as opposed to a chance to our opponent bluffing at it?
Yeah, and I think, you know, in a vacuum, you're exactly right. We don't know Schindler's frequency to be betting and changing his betting lines with the top of his range. We just don't.
No.
Is there a scenario where he is going bet, bet, bet with a set? Yeah, of course there are. But there, in that particular spot, he didn't. He just opted for a different line for reasons that really we just don't know. Only Jake knows the answers to those questions. And it's easier for us. We see all the cards, but that's just reality.
Yeah, the game is incredibly easy when you can see the cards, and I think something you just mentioned there is important also. You know, these players trying to balance their range. The way Jake played that particular hand, maybe he only plays a set of tens that way 20% of the time.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Maybe he looked at the randomizer or something, and it was, you know, he hit the 10% spot where he goes, oh, okay, I guess I check it twice here. Keeping in mind, by checking monsters like that, you do protect your ability to get the showdown with lesser hands also.
Yeah, another great point.
I think it's something that, you know, even commentators, we forget sometimes because we're like, why would he do that? And then you forget that these great players might, you know, play a particular hand one way 80% of the time and then play that same exact hand differently 20% of the time. King high flop here, no suits. Nobody's got a king. Divorce with a pair of sevens. Mulder also with a pair of sevens. Divorce on the slight free roll over Mulder, as he has backdoor diamonds.
We've seen Mulder. He's very active. He had 5-4 of hearts, last orbit on the button. Saw a flop here again, 9-7 of hearts in position. Terrible card now for Divorce. I think he may have considered sticking around later streets, but this is going to be an opportunity now for Eibinger, I believe. He's got the jack of clubs as well. Unlikely that Mulder would have checked back very many kings. Even if he had a hand like ace high, I'm not sure Mulder would have checked back on the flop while in position. I think Mulder is a little handcuffed here. You have Divorce behind you. You have to be concerned about the overing Broadway types of tickets. Of course, the king and the ace to our 7. Then again, what does Eibinger have? It's like it's an ace and only an ace. I don't think he'd be betting a king if he did check the flop, and I'm talking about Eibinger in this instance.
Oh, Mulder, sticky on the turn, gets rewarded on the river with his second pair. See if Eibinger continues to tell the story. At this point, we know it's not going to work.
For Eibinger, too, now, ever being called on this turn. Yes, there are draws. Hands like 5-6 that could have been there that Mulder could have checked on the flop to try and take a free turn. Clubs show themselves on the turn as well. But it just looks like he can have an ace a lot of the time. Eibinger just shuts it down.
A couple of people in the chat, Tony Bai, Gmon, say, you should commentate a hand with all the cards hidden. That would be fun. I've done that a lot. I assume you have as well.
Yeah, I think, Tuck, first time I ever stepped in a booth was with you years and years and years ago when you used to have that small little setup at the World Series of Poker. I'm pretty sure we never had hold cards then.
It's a totally different game, but it certainly opens your eyes to everything that goes on and how difficult it is to really put these players on hands. I think the players are going on a break. Give me a second just to read one more here. V-Sock says, Schindler is a far better player than any of us. None of us can rightly criticize his play. I think you can criticize him, but you'd probably be wrong, and I know we would as well. We're going to go to a break. Back in 10.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Bonomo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
would
foul?
Always say, foul in an icky moral way.
fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself.
No.
Or his chips, rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense.
Bet in the dark would be sick.
Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So, what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
the
them.
next to break. It is the next to break. So in the event that we break.
Against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this freaking flop.
Daniel calls. No Daniel under the gun
do it to me, man.
Kind of
Come on,
repping
I got
the
good
big pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Do we leave this feature on this
does have some big pairs here given this line. And
Wow.
in she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see
Yeah, buddy.
it's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the
Well,
end
the
for
turn
Makita,
brought it
knuckled
away.
the turn, and
The
how-
river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
Pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I
Yep.
was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
And what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that
10 seconds.
It is under the gun one.
full house makes
Guarding
a
the
lot
positions.
of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s? You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time
Sure, why
extension.
not?
So, put it all in. 6. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So you don't have. Bodziakowski, good player. Good player. You bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow. Sevens or sixes? Fours? Find out.
Six.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah,
a
Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-bet it to 14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the seven's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million times.
Snapchat. Not really. People your age. Yeah. I was told I was too old for it. Nah. Not too old. I don't like it. I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stolen it, too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
the market? The market has nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we chop with. Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler and
What's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who
Yeah,
has no add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this...
No, Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this
the
is an
saving
awful
grace,
card for
perhaps.
Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we'd love king-queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because kings and queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up so rarely. I don't know if Schindler's just taking off with something like 2 Broadway cards. Maybe King still can try to get value, which is pretty sweet if we're Dan. We have all sorts of checks on the end. It's great to have great hands in our checking range, of course, but...
Do we take the ace X's out of Smith's range at this point if we're Schindler? I feel like we can and maybe go for value, right?
Ace of spades and another spade is possible.
So the peel with ace big of spades?
Ace king is allowed to just still have fought. Even ace queen can fight a little bit. Something like ace 6 suited is, I guess, impossible, but... Schindler's weighing going for value. What's unfortunate for him is things like jacks and 10s. Might check fold.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No. Is that all of it?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, say goodnight to Jacob Schindler.
Understandable. Kings are incredibly strong there. If we think
you
about
stop
it,
to
especially with the
reconstruct.
king, sure. I mean, great hand. Top set for Winter, open under for Foxen.
Buckle up.
A pot could be a Bruin, Ollie.
Exactly half pot, laying 3-1 to the open ender. Now a heart draw added to the repertoire after Foxen flatted. Just about $250,000 in the middle. Alex staring on pretty intently.
Sure. Some very conceivable scenarios where it all goes in here.
Looks like he's trying to steady that breathing.
Right. Very possible Foxen makes a semi-bluff here and puts Sean in.
How much did he bet?
145. Jam here is pretty natural. You have some fold equity in. Just under a 2-to-1 dog versus this, the absolute bazooka. So let's see.
Time extension.
Chip lead pot on our hands, Ollie.
What do you do if you're Foxen with this holding, Nick?
I think a little bit of calling and a little bit of raising. Both are good. I could easily see jamming it in if I was out there. Sort of depends how wide you think Sean is. Do we have an additional read on how Sean is navigating this spot with the 3-bet pre-bet bet? I think it's unusually strong. Perhaps I'll call.
Alex has Sean well covered.
All in.
All in.
Does jam it in. Of course, Sean is calling, and he will hate to see this hand. Just
right. That's 7-8 of hearts.
Feeling when your man has something like King Queen, etc., which I don't know does this. But here we go, Ali. What a huge river for both Winter and Fox.
Yeah. Straight and flush draw is as good as you hope to have without having the set of 9s beat in this spot. 13 outs once. For Sean Winter's tournament life in a 1.226 million chip pot.
Here we go.
To the river.
Boom.
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah.
Pretty rough for Winter. 3 bets, big blind button, 2 black 9s, 9-6-3 rainbow.
Good luck.
Just really gross way to bust, obviously. Good game, Sean. One of the best. He'll be back. You know the drill. Brutal. Chidwick out 10-8 suited, respecting the under the gun open. Looks like Talal has defended the small with 7s, understandably. Foxen out with the Queen 6 offsuit.
Heads up.
Mateos.
Oh no, Adrian.
Oh,
looks like 1.4 million is coming over to Shikurchi in all likelihood, unless some really scary cards come off that slow down both players. But set over set on the 8-7-4, 2 clubs versus the small blind defense. Pretty brutal flop for the Conquistador.
Yeah, we've
just
got
4%.
Train wreck in progress here, Nick.
90.
Talal's knuckle draws a bet of 90 from Adrian. There's some draws out there. Shikurchi may look to put the action in now. Unclear. Fuse has been lit, though. And it looks like a raise.
335.
335,000 total. Oh, man.
You feel for this.
Yeah.
After the long grind, great player. Bottom set. No good. Just 1 out. We can feel the pain. Brutal.
10 seconds.
And, it's flat, Ollie. Maybe.
I'm
maybe
surprised.
A road to a version of some kind.
I really thought Mateos was ready to get it in there and charge any of the prospective draws or over pairs. And now a 9 of clubs is not a welcome sight for either hand.
Player.
Welcome back. The sun has set in northern Cyprus. We are at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus for day 1 coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. This is event number 6. Earlier today, Danny Tang won the short deck event. That was event number 5, the 50K short deck. 5 final tables, 5 cashes for Danny Tang. Finally taking home the biscuit. He won it all this morning. Day one coverage. We got a new featured table. Carrie Katz at this one. The Milkman. The Mullet. Michael Adamo. Getting a little bit of flavor of some other players here as we look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. A new featured table to finish out our day.
The Dominator. He's made it. The Milkman Bodziakowski. And we have not seen yet
That's the one that matters the most.
Jesus and Michael Stoiza. Those are two players, Tuck, that you and I have not yet
Well, I
covered.
have one.
So
I've done one.
happy to have them join us.
Everyone.
Yeah, that is Brent Hanks. I am David Tuckman. Thank you for joining us. Chad has been spot on today. They've been helping us out. We do appreciate that.
No ante. Made it easy.
Oh, yeah, that one. There's a look at one of our new guys, Jesus. Pretty hand, Jack 10 suited. All in.
And just 88,000. I believe the blinds are 3,000, 6,000. With a 6,000 big blind ante.
182.
I think Kazoo is going to get some action here. What do you think?
Gosh, both of our newcomers just getting right into it.
All in.
So is all in. Katz picks up ace-4. Sometimes if you peel back the ace-4, sometimes it looks like pocket aces.
First one was a short deck. This one was the 4, the 0.84.
Yeah, short deck, Jack 10 would have been a sweet hand.
Still a sweet hand. That's
Yeah.
10 with a flush draw coming. Yeah.
Always.
Never easy.
Never easy.
Yeah, short deck flop.
Short deck too.
Short deck, you'd be like dead.
Yeah. Sweating bricks.
No short deck.
So is it with
Don't
the
speak
king
so
of
soon, my
clubs?
friend. Don't jinx me.
Kazoo in a bad spot. And ace on the river.
Not
El Jefe, Carrot Cats would have made trip aces and won the hand, but did not call.
Yeah, that was a
So
solid
he's
start.
kings hold,
Solid first hand.
and he's up to 250,000 chips. As we bid adieu to Kazoo.
A lot of comments in the chat about Brewer's mullet. I'm a big fan, Tuck. In fact, I know I say this a lot, but I think you could rock a mean mullet. I really do. I believe that. I think the Tuckman mullet needs to arrive.
I would do it for $5,000 a month like Chris Brewer's getting. You got me.
I don't know if it's $5K a month. I think that was off. It might be $5K total. I don't know exactly the figure that's been.
He's not doing it for $5K total. Come on.
I'm telling you, I don't think it's for an absorbent amount of money. It's not $5K a month. I think I was very wrong there, but you know what? I'll find out.
I'll make you a deal. You know what? What day is today? Tuesday? Yeah. It is tantalizing Tuesday, and I'm going to give you a deal on this Tuesday. That's right. It's 2 for Tuesday. I'm going to give you the mullet, Hanksy. I'll give you the mullet and no iPhone, okay? $5,000 a month. Both for $5,000 a month. It's 2 for Tuesday, okay?
I better just look for $5,000 somewhere.
Just put it on the PokerGo tab. It's fine. You got petty cash, right?
Yeah, it'll be fine. You're right.
You play
It'll be
like
fine.
Nobody will notice.
Close to 300?
300 around.
Thank you.
I mean, think about how ridiculous it'll look with no iPhone, no smartphone whatsoever, and a mullet. Hours and hours of enjoyment.
No smartphone, mullet. I mean, it's the 80s all over again for you.
Baker KC says mullets are back in style in the southern U.S. There you go.
I don't think they ever left the southern parts of the U.S. They don't.
It's a good
that
point.
style has always been the same.
Wisco Baron says, can we get a swag giveaway? Maybe Adamo's game-worn flip-flops. Autographed, of course. Somebody reach out to Adamo and see if we can get those flip-flops autographed.
I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. We always do some sort of giveaway. That is Remco and Donnie Peters when they run our YouTube streams. That's their specialty. They're always giving away items. For the rest of us, they don't have us, Tuck. They don't have anything for us to give away.
Nothing. Wow. Well, I mean, listen. If somebody wants to offer me money for me not to use my iPhone, not only will I not use it, I'll give it to you. You can have the damn thing. There's my giveaway.
Wow.
I'll even autograph it.
Or we're giving away hours and hours and hours of free streams. I guess that's probably good enough.
Yeah, and if you are interested, I feel like we're giving away a free education. You watch these guys play poker, you can't help but get better. I would ask you, I mean, obviously you don't play poker like you used to back in the day when you were crushing, winning bracelets, torturing people's lives on the felt. But now that you do a lot of commentary, have you noticed your game is better than it ever has been?
I think it is. Yeah. I mean, just nonstop conversation, seeing these guys, being under the hood. For me, it's I'm a visual learner. You know, I can't run the solves all day. I don't have the time. But doing these shows, understanding, or at least trying to understand what it is and why they're doing what they're doing, how they perform, it's the best thing that's ever happened to my poker game, no doubt.
Frederick Eggholm says Adamo should rock his Poker Masters jacket.
You know, I think we have his jacket in Las Vegas still. I don't
Maybe
think he
that's a
took it
joke.
home with him on the flight. Yeah.
He left
We
it?
still have it. He
Oh.
left it. Pretty
If I
sure he
actually
left
won
it.
one, if I won one of those, not only would I wear it out of there, I don't think I'd take it off. I'd sleep in that thing. I'd be so proud.
I think he took the super high roller bowl ring, but left the Poker Masters jacket. I could be mistaken, but I'll find out.
HP Stretch says in all caps. By the way, no need to do it in caps. If you're playing mid-stakes, this won't make you better. Yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly. I have commentated countless hours of poker, and I can tell you that it has helped my game immeasurably. And I am, I would say, primarily a mid-stakes player.
You don't.
I don't know,
play
what
a ton
do you
of
define
tournaments, right,
mid-stakes?
Chuck? You're just playing. Oh, you know, you're 2-5 and above. 2-5 to 5-10. That's mid stakes, right?
Yeah, 5-10 is my bread and butter. Yeah, I don't play a ton of tournaments. You know, having kids, it can be difficult to put that kind of time in. Cash games are a little easier for me. You know, you can go put in 5 or 6 hours and get home for dinner.
Tough, man. Tournaments are extremely time consuming.
Yeah, I mean, if poker tournaments would be I think more like dad-friendly. We got an all-in here.
Ooh.
Bodziakowski. Yeah, Bodziakowski. Yeah, he just keeps waking up with the big ones. Bodziakowski moved all in from the small blind. Soiza squeezed it, saw one jack, saw the other one, and very quickly said, okay, we can party. Queen 9-3, 2 diamonds out there, nothing at all for the milkman.
It's more fun this way, Tuck. Right down the river.
Was there ever a doubt? Nope. 9 of spades, and the milkman has been eliminated. And Soiza, courtesy of kings and now jacks, is up to 409,000.
And I'm uncertain if registration is still open or closed. I think he can still hop in this thing, Tuck. The milkman certainly will, if it's an option.
Not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all.
How much was there were 27 people active, and now we've lost 2. You've got both scalps.
Yeah.
How much was that? Like 140? 150?
125, 128 with the blind.
20 bigs. 21 bigs.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us here, the Super High Roller Series. We lose 2 players very, very quickly at our featured table.
And if you do want to follow along, live reporting elsewhere, perhaps the Ivey tracker, just check out pgt.com.
I'm okay if you win.
Click on live
6
reporting.
seconds,
You will see all the updates happening from today's 50K No Limit event. Tuck and I doing the bonus coverage now. And, of course, tomorrow we'll bring you the final table.
Around 120?
121.
Thank you.
Look at Carry Cats, Ace King. Adamo, the original Razor with Ace 3.
All of it.
What do you mean? He won the hand.
And it sounds to me like registration is, in fact, closed.
Yourself,
for this
wow, okay.
event, as payouts have been released.
That would seem about right. It's 8 levels.
Yeah.
8 levels at 40 minutes a pop, and I think they're approaching the dinner break out in Cyprus. It is 9:42 in the morning here, which would tell me, I believe, if I've got my math correct, I think it's 7:42 p.m. in Cyprus.
That would make sense.
So they've been going for about 6 hours.
I'll give you your top 5 right now, as it stands. Chip
I
leader.
like it.
Tim Adams, the Prince of Poultry, 855,000. Jason Kuhn is in second, going for his sixth
he's
final
not.
table
Stop
of the
with
trip.
this. Just
Roko
unbelievable.
Stisha is third. Daniel Dvoris is fourth. Vyacheslav Boldigin, fifth at chips. And I have to mention sixth because it's been the talk of the week. How about Phil Ivey? He's in sixth place right now as it stands.
Unreal. Is Ali still in there?
Ali is still in the top 10. He's hovering around ninth place, 200,000 chips. Michael Soiza, unaccounted for thus far. We know he's eliminated 2 opponents here early on at this feature table, so he certainly will be jumping into the top 5 after back-to-back eliminations.
Jason Kuhn is just not human. It's unreal.
All in.
El Jefe going to stick it in. We got a coin flip coming.
Yep, ace-10 versus the sixes. Now, I know we have somewhere in there.
Let's open for ace-5.
The, what is it? No human?
Fives.
The
I'm
online
not
guy?
that greedy. Ace-5 I would have been happy.
0 human,
Okay, now I'm
0
greedy. 6
Ignat.
diamonds
Yeah.
on the flop.
That's Ignat, right.
That's good flop.
So far, sixes are good. Adamo looking for an ace or a 10. 9 or a jack gives us a nice little sweat, though. Jack especially.
Ooh, or how about a queen?
Well,
And
that
the
does
eight
it
now.
too. Neither player with a club, but an 8, an ace, or a 10.
6 diamonds.
6 diamonds will work. El Jefe with the full double to 230,000. And Adamo, I believe, has been.
Good.
Yep, Adamo has been eliminated.
I told you, you're getting the losing out of the way early. Now you heat a level 7 tonight.
Dropping off left and right. I think we're now down to
Gonna go.
20 players remaining from the 43 total.
I've seen this radio.
Jefe is healthy.
You want to get healthy? Play a little bit of free Texas Hold'em poker. Work on your game. From the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more, be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. I want to get in there and play against Maria Ho. Avenge
Flips against him.
my her knocking me out of the main
felt like
event
you
many
had
years
it.
ago.
So you've been knocked out of the main event by Maria Ho and George Holmes.
Yes.
Anyone else very notable that has eliminated you?
Let's see.
I don't think so. No.
Pretty good.
I don't think I've been I don't think I've been knocked out by anybody else notable.
Someone's moving up.
Yeah, they're moving somebody.
Deepest run I made, I think, was day 5, maybe day
playing.
6
They don't do the weight,
in the main.
That's a deep run.
Years back, it was relatively deep, and it was
unless
John Racner sent me packing in a hand that I wish I could take back. But long story short,
you still remember, and the crazy thing is, like 13 years later, you still remember the hand, don't you? It's just insane.
It was for the chip lead of the main event.
Yeah.
That deep. Yeah, it's insane.
It's just,
at the time, I was just so like, I didn't think of it like I do now, but I got in jacks versus aces for way too many chips.
It's just amazing when you think about it. The World Series of Poker main event is such a unique animal. It's such an amazing event that you can get knocked out, especially if you get knocked out day 5, day 6. You will remember that knockout hand if it's significant. Or you'll remember the significant hand before the knockout. Years and years later, you'll be thinking about that.
And I have a horrible memory, but that
was
one.
Was it the year Racner came in second?
Yeah, it was that year.
Oh wow!
It was the chip lead pot that deep. We were the 2 big stacks, and he had me just pipped. He actually had aces the hand prior, and I just didn't believe him when he put in the 4-bet, so I 5-bet all in, like an idiot, with 2 jacks.
I mean, in fairness, back then, we were getting into pre-flop wars all the time. People would do that with ace-6. So
yeah. We were, and I use we relatively. I don't think John was. Like, John's always just been real steady, solid, He wasn't a lunatic like the rest of us.
You got caught up in it. I get it. Soiza, he's got a gut shot looking for a 4. Brewer's 8s are good right now.
And this is really fun stuff by Soiza. Rather than check calling, let's really put in an aggressive play on this dry texture, gut shot to the nuts. You can get a lot of folds. Brewer clearly sticky. Doesn't think that Soiza ever has a king whenever he check raises, which I believe Soiza should be mixing in from time to time as well.
Yeah, I've heard players talk about that. I want to know your take. If you're never just betting, if you're never check raising one pair, like top pair, you become a little too easy to play against, don't you?
Yeah, and I think he does. I think you have to be mixed, especially when deep. This is a tricky one now for Soiza to pursue.
16?
He's going to stay aggressive. He bet 16,000.
I thought he said 60. 16,000. All right.
16 into 52.
Does he ever have a 6, though, Tuck, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen players in this spot check raise a 3. The 6 is a little less likely, I agree.
Check. Good. I hit a 5 on the river.
I thought that.
Yeah.
I was thinking I was a lot more scaled to call once the 5 came.
Say what?
So I was thinking I would be a lot more scaled to call a shove once the 5 came.
But still, I don't know.
Yeah. Tough hand to fold.
People in the chat not being very
If I
friendly.
shove, will you still call?
I don't know on that Vivel. Other Vivels I would. That one's kind of scary.
Yeah, for sure. One of the 2 cards you don't want to see, something along those lines. Well,
You said folks aren't being very friendly, David?
It's somebody just laughing at you. 5-bet shoving Racner. LOL.
Well,
dummy.
Listen, I deserved the criticism. It was horrific. I didn't know better at the time. I didn't have it in me to just maybe call and open. I was on the button too. Just call. Got great stacks behind you that can move it in.
I mean, you could even 3-bet. You could 3-bet and call 4-bet and then get away from it too, can't you?
I could. You know, I think I can just call. You know, a couple jacks, mix in some calls with my 9s, 10s, and jacks. 3-bet once in a while. The stacks are right.
You know what's right? Boldigan. He's giving away some of those chips. He's only got 239,000, but he's got aces, so a reasonable opportunity to get some chips here. He's going to raise to 12,000. Brewer calls. So he's thinking about it with King Jack off.
Call.
And he says call. Adam Pascal asking what you had. He had jacks. John Racner had aces. Brent did not show up, did not catch up, and was gone. Sad story.
It's very sad.
You know what, though? I feel like had you not 3-bet and then felt compelled to 5-bet, get it in against the aces, who knows? Maybe you would have final tabled that event and never worked for PokerGo. Maybe you wouldn't be here. Think about how your life would be different. Somehow I feel like it's all worked out okay.
I feel better about it now, Tuck. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're
That's
right.
what I'm here for. I mean, let's be honest. Had you won, let's say you won $1 million. Back then, you were pretty stupid. You probably would have blown through it anyway, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel better about life now.
I knew you would. Mr. Park says, Brent, are you playing the main event this year?
Oh, yeah. Won't miss it. I'll be in there. Blasting off.
How many times have you played it now?
Correctly 4-betting and 5-betting. Punting. I've played every year since 2007.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. That's a lot of
Maybe
mains.
08. You know what? I think it's 08. Every year since 2008.
So you
I've
played
never
like
missed a
15.
main. Yeah. Definitely stuck.
Yeah, that would be. Well, I mean, that day 5, day 6 score must have been pretty good, though. You can't be stuck much.
No, well, I mean, what was it? 70,000 or something? 60,000? Yeah.
Pair of jacks here for Matrosian. Have you cashed any other time?
I think I have 3 caches in the main.
Then you got to be close to with one day 5, day 6 score for say 70K and a couple of caches. You're probably pretty close to even in main event, which means
it's close. I think I'm down a little bit. Yeah.
Which means you're in the top 5% of people who played main events. Okay, probably top 3%.
You just continue to make me feel better, Tuck. This is beautiful.
I'm not. Hey, listen. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your butt, but I'm going to be honest. Okay. Oh. If you were terrible and you didn't cash, if you played 15 times, you never cashed. I'd say what it is, but you know, you make it day 5, day 6. That's tough.
Blowing smoke up the butt. How about Boldigan here? Gut shot, backdoor puppy paws, and he is coming hard after Matrosian.
And Matrosian's not a believer though. He's going to make this call. Pot now 115,000. Oh, Boldigan now picks up a pair of 8s to go along with his gut shot. I still have yet to see this picture. I'm going to look it up later, though, for sure.
Oh, it's really good. Daniel Hart, by the way, reminded me. I was 41K, so probably stuck.
Still impressive, nonetheless. Check, check. 115,000 in there. 3 of diamonds.
Hey, how slow do you think Makita is when he plays chess? Do you think he could play a game against him?
Oh no, he beat me pretty quick.
Check, check. Matrosian going to win it.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Matrosian now up to 324,000.
You definitely would need timed clock.
Oh, yeah. You have to play it, yeah. A classical game with him might take a long time.
Days.
Feels like it.
So it sounds like Makita plays a little chess and he takes his time. We know he takes a lot of time at the poker table.
So a lot of formats law, but in classical you can take as much time between moves.
Does anybody play that?
That's what the World Championship is.
All right.
So like the World Championship matches take like 9 hours and stuff.
Shit.
That's too long.
But I think most of the people enjoy playing with a time clock more.
Yeah.
Kind of like us. Like the main events, right? Doesn't have shot clock, but.
Right. They get introduced later on.
Yeah, I'm fine with them not putting it in the main. It's whatever. It's really, really big for a lot of the people that get there, so let them take their time, even if it's not the best viewing experience.
I think that's an interesting and fair take.
Now playing like
I think
501K or some shit.
I think the vast majority of recreational players would prefer time clocks.
Yeah, for sure, because it takes too much time for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, it's the internet pros that take the longest.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true anymore. I think that recreational players.
They're usually responses, well, because they can take more time.
Yeah, I think recreational players in general play slower than pros at this point.
Wouldn't know.
Yeah, at least in the U.S. You go play like some of the big field stuff. It's like I get it. They just run into a bunch of spots like they're really confusing if you've like never played it before.
I played in Vegas, but to be honest, I've forgotten what it's like. Yeah. I played all the small events, everything, the whole thing.
I mean, it's fun.
Yeah,
but it's like
been a while, that's why.
Some random Joe's deep in the main, he gets shoved on for like 10 big blinds, and Smallville's big, and he's like, the fuck do I call?
Well, I mean, happens to me sometimes still, So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's still a hold spot now. So I'm saying, like, I don't blame if that guy takes 2 minutes to figure out what the fuck he should do.
It's fine. For tournament life, Once a year, you play a big event.
Yeah. I wonder what the new room is going to be like in the new casino.
The old casino.
They showed a photo of it.
I haven't seen it.
It looks like it's like a general convention room.
I'll tell you, in a day without much table talk, I appreciate Chris Brewer.
Yeah, that was nuts.
That was nuts, man. The entire rigging was shaking.
Yeah, I was at the steakhouse in the Rio, which is in the top, the Voodoo Steakhouse, when that earthquake happened, and like the way they designed them to be safe is like that the building actually like moves with the quake. So when you're on the top, like we literally had like silver whales sliding off the tables and stuff. I was with my cousin from Texas, and they were freaking out.
Everybody was freaking out, man. People like jumping off their seats and running for the door, that kind of thing.
I don't know, dude. I think being from California, I was just like,
I mean, I didn't know what to do, to be honest with you, Like, my girlfriend had kings. She's like, fuck, I got kings. What the fuck is going on?
Did you stand up?
I think she won the hand after that. They continued the hand and she won.
My friend had a funny one. He flopped a set right when it happened, and he came back, and then this old guy just ran this savage bluff on him, and he folded the river, and the old guy just like showed and was like, dude, I thought it might be my last hand ever.
I'm not folding my last fucking.
Yeah, he was like, I just was gonna win it. It was like an insane. He got like double check raise, and the guy shoved like 2 times the pot of the river, and he was like, I guess I got a 4.
Oh yeah. Shit, man. That's quite funny actually. I gotta win my last hand,
Yeah, he was like,
So you have about 300, just under?
Like 260.
Thank you. Call.
Hefe active here, a little 8-6 suited, fun hand. So as it connects, backdoor puppy paws. Let's watch Carrot Cat's get to work. Semi-bluff, 3 to the straight flush. The event that the shovels come through the back door. Clearly a 9. The dream ticket. This is going to be a tough card for Kerry to want to continue on. You have to be worried about Soiza having some sort of flush draw and simply check calling. Unlikely we'd even fold out a 10 at this point. If he were to bet, he'd be just solely targeting a 7. These are fun spots on the river. We've got the key club in our hand. Just a measly pair of 7s. Do we think that Kerry would just be shutting it down with his semi-bluffs? He's going to go for a little blocker bet. Effective. Winner, Soiza. Jamie W., I'm pretty tired of hearing commentators complain about tanking. Like, don't watch live streams if you don't want to see tanking. Jamie, I think you're sort of missing the point here. It's not just commentators complaining. It's the masses. It's unwatchable.
In fairness, from a commentator standpoint, I don't really care. You know, right? I mean, this is my job. This is what I do. Whether the players play fast or play slow, I'm going to be here calling the action regardless. It's just, I think from a fan's perspective, from a player's perspective, from a fan's perspective, it's more enjoyable to watch it a little faster. From a player's perspective, like I said, I don't know how anybody can play if it's super slow. I just don't find it interesting. I have no interest in playing if people are going to play super slow. The main event is the only tournament that I'll play if it's with the risk that it might be somewhat slow. But I'll call the clock on people without any issue.
4 green.
I was making lots of friends last year in the main event, calling the clock on people.
Yeah, I mean, it's – and you have that option, and you're going to do it all the time, and I would encourage others to continually call the clock whenever it does become a problem at a table.
All of it.
Yeah. I let them know. I said, listen, it's not personal.
The right thing to do.
I go.
Especially in PLO.
Willem's all right as well, I guess.
I go, we're at level 2 of a tournament. Somebody bet 3,000 into, into 18,000. This is not a 3-minute this is not a 3-minute decision.
I'm not folding. I call the flop. Sure, why not? Yeah. Middle pair top kicker.
Brewer calling with the ace. Not surprised. Matrosian, backdoor equity. Now drawing dead. You are watching the 2022. Sorry, go ahead.
Typically, range advantage, Matrosian, this sort of texture off the button. However, Brewer's going to have some aces. He's going to have some Broadway hands he would elect to simply just call and defend from the big blind with. This is an interesting turn. I think it's still on Brewer, and this is the school of thought now. Even when we have an ace here, and that board pairs on the turn, such as that queen, we simply lead. Shut down the action. Keep your bluffs in play. You would have a queen from time to time, a jack, an ace. Theoretically, it's something you're going to become accustomed to seeing and highly should be employing in your own game as well.
Get a dealer change. You are watching the 2022 Super High Roller Series Event 6 Day 1 coverage. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. This is just for the feature table. Michael Soiza sat down, picked up kings, picked up jacks. They both held. He eliminated 2 players. He's on 377,000. Gary Katz trying to put together some scratch. He's got 231,000. Chris Brewer, the mullet. He's been entertaining. A lot of table talk here. He's on 177,000 as we watch this field whittle down. Got about 24 players left. Over 40 entries in this one. each ponied up over 50K, so prize pool of over 2 million. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. I want to thank all of you for joining us. I think from, when we talk about taking a long time, this is a game, and similar to chess in the sense that the longer you take, in theory, the better your decisions will be, right? So I think it goes without saying that in a game like this, there should be some time restraints to limit that.
Totally fine with that. It would even out the playing field, if you will. You take away your ability to think as long as you like on a decision. It's better for the recreational player. I'm just thinking about it from a TV perspective. A lot of these are being made into episodes. They're going to, they're going to air at some point on television, and yes, they're going to be edited. Yes, we're going to clip and cut out a lot of the tanking, no problem. But there was a time where the live stream of the main event and various World Series events were on ESPN. That is unwatchable when something is going to last that long and folks are going to tank nonstop. And it has become a problem. It's not like we're just talking for the sake of talking. It is a problem for this game. And Norman Chad, maybe the timing wasn't perfect, or maybe it was. He had all the eyes on him and on the players while listening to him talk about the problem with tanking. And could he have picked a better situation maybe to address it? Sure.
Maybe, but to your point, I mean, that's the one time of the year where he has the attention of everybody. So if it's something that he needed to say, I'm fine with the time and the place that he did it. And I was certainly fine with his message. Listen, I mean, this game is near and dear to both of our hearts. I'm passionate about this game. I love it. It's not just my job, but I love it. If I didn't, I'd do something else. And I know it's the same for you. It's a game that we grew up with. I want to see the game continue to grow. And I will always say what I think is right for the game to grow, for the game to be more fun for everybody.
Yes, and players in the tournament when you're on and raise the blinds. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 people enter at the end of this battle. We'll have a 45 minutes dinner break. Blinds up.
Now, here's an example that, by the way, B Purple Poker, when Farha folded against Moneymaker's bluff, implement the time clock. No, there's going to be situations where clearly you're going to want and need a little bit more time. Some people, let's face it, by the way, when they're overly dramatic, when they have antics, the cigarette dangling out of the mouth, it's quite entertaining to see somebody nervous and in the moment and in the spotlight. But when it's no conversation, extremely dry, and happening over and over and over again, that's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I want to make sure it's clear to everybody, at least from our point of view, and I think you and I share the same opinion. I am not looking to get rid of the flavor of the game. I am not looking to get rid of, if there's a huge moment and you need a couple of minutes to make a decision, pardon me, the last thing I want to do is prevent you from making that decision and taking the time to really think through something. I've watched Garrett Adelstein on streams. Think about, this guy never takes more than 20 seconds to make a decision, but I have seen him take 2 minutes in certain spots. Huge moments where somebody check raises for $100,000 in real money. That's awesome, seeing his mind working. This is about, Guy 3 bets, the other guy shoves all in, and now I'm going to tank 40 seconds to Hollywood. What do you just fold? Who cares?
Yeah.
Pre-flop, you got Jack 6 off suit, under the gun +1. What are you doing? Just fold. Yeah, I mean, the last thing I want to do is take the flavor out of the game, take the strategy out of the game. I love that. That's why I love this game. Pair of 6s here for Matrosian. Catch with just the dreams and hopes of ace-king that have gone unfulfilled. I love it. Orion says, time to bring back smoking at the table.
Well, that means we got to bring back the oranges so we can all have them next to our noses to smell. Wasn't that the whole point of Johnny Chan with the orange?
I don't know. That might have been. I don't know what the. I thought it was just a lucky orange.
The smoking bothered him, so he wanted the orange to sort of freshen the scent.
Yeah, that makes sense. I heard the stories about the LA poker rooms and the smoke-filled rooms before I got into the game, and I probably would not have been a poker player if smoke was still around when I started playing.
How much do you have?
Can't imagine. I just can't imagine walking into a card room and just sitting in a cloud of smoke for 8 hours, 10 hours straight. Brewer's going to limp in. That's interesting. Matrosian with the king deuce. Brewer on just 140,000. As you can see, the blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. So Brewer limping here on what is about a 17.5 big blind stack. We'll call it 18 big blinds. Marcus Rucker asking if Phil Ivey playing. Oh, yeah. Phil Ivey's playing everything this week and playing well. 5 final tables, 2 titles. And last we checked, he was 6th in chips. Pair 4s for Soiza. Brewer's going to bet, though. Matrosian attacking. Not much going on, but he's just not a believer. There's some dead money in there. He's going to go after it. I'm not sure if Brewer is considering something here. He is. Look at this. Oh, Hanks.
Wow.
Yeah, so the best hand folded. Brewer bet. There was a call in there, and Matrosian check raises. Brewer calls him with just king 10.
Yeah, this is sick, and it's like for Matrosian, what does Brewer have? What you just have to give him credit for having an ace here, right? A big hand.
On Brewer's stack? Yeah, I think so. Remember, Brewer limped in. Now, if you're Brewer, what do you put Matrosian on? We can see he's got the best hand, but he doesn't know that. And he checks it back.
Well, this is
5-6 got there. 5-6 got there, and spades got there. Matrosian has the deuce of spades. Brewer's got the 10 of spades. How does this play out?
My gosh, what is happening? Matrosian clearly does not give Brewer credit for having an ace. Brewer knows that,
Green call
aware,
turn.
says, buddy, I'm
Green, yeah.
calling.
Yeah.
Brewer just looks like he's ready to fight, doesn't he? Matrosian
Think
does
so.
it. Brewer might call him with king 10 high. This would be sick.
Yeah, that river, though, completes many of the draws. 5-6, spades.
It's just so believable, right, by Matrosian, yet he has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so Matrosian check raise the flop. Oh, wow. And Brewer moves all in.
The world. Wow.
This color is
Oh, this is the hand of the day. What a hand.
It doesn't look like blue to you? Light blue? The color?
No.
Looks like green?
Huh.
Shows the king of clubs.
For me, yeah.
I could still have it, though.
Does it look like light blue to you? Or green?
Turquoise.
Turquoise.
What a hand. Well, that's awesome.
Interesting.
That's amber.
Matrosian check raises with nothing. Brewer calls him with nothing. He goes check, check on the turn. Then the river, you get a sprinkle bluff from Matrosian, and then an all-in from Brewer.
The hand played itself.
The hand played itself.
Didn't look like it played
That's the line of the night. I love it.
The magical mullet. He dug deep into the soul of Matrosian, saw through everything, had a plan of his own. That was beautiful.
16?
The hand played itself. Oh, two players taking it to the streets, just battling. You gotta love to see that. That is fun. The chat loves it. What a play. Brewer is sick. 6 shove. He knows Matrosian is out of line often. Such a fantastic hand. The power mullet. High-level poker. Thank you for the chat, guys. That's good stuff. Pair of aces here for Boldigan. Cats with the gut shot to Broadway. No spade in his hands. Five-handed at our featured table. I want to thank our sponsors, Luxon Pay, GG Poker, David Tuckman, Brent Hanks here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. Event number 6 right in front of us. The 50K No Limit Hold'em. All of this building up to what will be an epic Super High Roller Bowl, a 250K Super High Roller Bowl, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Good morning, Sandy Joy. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. It is nighttime over in northern Cyprus. King high flop. Matrosian just continues to fight. He's tough, huh?
He's a bulldog. He really is. He is fearless, relentless, sees all the spots, everything.
I think that's an apropos description of him. Matrosian, the Bulldog. Janice,
How much you have now?
Salthammer, asking how many levels you can late reg in this tournament. I believe it's 8. Levels are 40 minutes long, so registration has closed on this one.
Yep.
Farhad says, payback for the 300K bubble in the super high roller a year ago. I'm not quite sure if that's payback just yet for Brewer. That was a
I'll tell you what, though, that's
a painful bubble.
I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, did you see that hand where Brewer opened ace-king, Matrosian? I think he ripped like 9-3 suited, I want to say, and Brewer just begrudgingly had to call it off. And Matrosian dished out a terrible, dirty, no good, very bad beat. Sent Brewer home packing.
That was incredibly painful. I mean, I had no dog in that fight, but just watching Brewer and watching him go out that way was very, very painful. Brewer with 10-8, Soiza with 7-4 on a king 6-4 two-club board. Eddie Watson asking if Negreanu has been playing out there this week. No, Negreanu tweeted that he was thinking about going out to Northern Cyprus, but decided to stay in Vegas. He's watching his good friend Phil Ivey play and dominate at that. I believe the players are going to go on a dinner break in about 25 minutes, and when they do, we will call it a day. But we will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, for more poker action from Northern Cyprus. If you have any questions in the chat, ask away. We'll do our best to answer them during the lulls in action.
Yeah, can you grab those? Sorry. Trying to be helpful and I do the opposite.
And Vikas Duel points out ace queen versus 10-4. Yeah, that was a different super high roller bowl where Brewer stone bubbled against Justin Bonomo. So he has done it twice in the biggest of buy-in events. It's just so painful.
Yeah, and you know the saying. You know the saying when they always talk about how it all evens out, right? Not when you're bubbling the super high roller balls. It doesn't even out.
It was warm.
6 is still good here. See if Matrosian wants to take a shot at it though with king high. People asking about Tony G and Tom Dwan. I have not seen either player there. I don't think Tony G is coming. I think he's busy doing something. And we have not seen Tom Dwan.
Yeah, it's
which is
interesting,
surprising.
right? Dwan, typically a frequent flyer for these Triton events. Ambassador Tony G obviously was there the last time around. Not certain they are.
Yeah, you wait. But Jason comes in.
250,000 super high roller bowl starts tomorrow.
Good. Not too bad.
There he is. Jason Kuhn.
He's back.
Yeah, the only one having a better week than him is Ivey. And it could have been better. Kuhn has received 2 brutal beats at the final table of short deck to be eliminated in 3rd place. And in both of those situations, he could have very easily won it had his hands held up. Most notably this morning, where he had a set of 7s.
Could be worse.
Versus Danny Tang's aces. With 1 card remaining. Tang hits an ace. And that was for about 80% of the chips in play.
Insane.
Yeah, that's a
Insane.
That's a tough one.
I think he was nearly an 80% favorite, too, when the money went in. Is that right?
77%, which is that is a lot in short deck. And then just a couple of days before that, it was him versus Makita Bodziakowski. And Jason Kuhn flopped the straight with Jack-9. And the Milkman hit running diamonds to make a flush. Jason Kuhn was 91% to win that one.
That's just disgusting.
So to lose both of those in those pivotal moments, just really, really unlucky. Kuhn hits a 9 here. Brewer open-ended. Kuhn on a really, really strong stack, though, 566,000.
You know, and the pain, the bad beats, the suffering at the poker table that a guy like Kuhn and many of the top pros go through, it has a tendency to drive them even more. You know, it gets them all fired up, and not in a way that's going to affect his play emotionally and tilt, but it's just more, I think, reaffirming that I put myself in this spot. I know I'm playing great. The money went in. I was a huge favorite for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I got unlucky. And he doesn't dwell on the fact that he was unlucky. He's just driven.
Look at this bet.
Yeah,
betting second pair,
value.
no kicker. Yeah, he is betting for value with second pair, no kicker on a wet board.
And I think he knows, right? Brewer, we've seen it already here today at the feature. The guy does not like to fold. He fights. He scraps. He's got a mullet. Does he look like the kind of guy that's going to fold ace high to you, Tuck?
Well, he might fold to me, but I don't know if he's going to fold to Kuhn.
Move a little bit.
This way?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is he raising?
No, that's a call.
He just called. And Kuhn shows him the bad news, and that's a great value bet from Jason Kuhn, who's now up to 632,000 chips. Yeah, somebody, when Brewer first started playing poker, somebody told him, you can't win if you fold. And he has taken that to heart.
Tuck. Ivey.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
we just got Ivey?
Okay, cancel dinner. Let's just stick around.
Yeah. I mean, I'll
Ivey,
go all day,
Kuhn,
Tuck.
Katz.
We got Ivey and Kuhn. This is amazing. Got Matrosian and Brewer going absolutely bananas every other hand.
I imagine this must mean, are we down to like 18 or 16? The fact that we got all these players?
I can tell you right now, I'm going to go to pgt.com, take a look at the live reporting. And it looks to me like we are down to 18 players. Yeah, Tuck, current chip leader, by the way.
16.
The Prince of Poultry. Tim Adams, the Canadian. He's got 1.3 million.
What?
Sam Greenwood, another Canadian. He's out there. He's third in chips. We know Kuhn is second in chips after that pot a moment ago against Brewer.
159.
Rook Kostisha and Vyacheslav Boldigan. That rounds out your top five.
The bet is 16, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Do we know how many cash in this event? Is it 6 or 7?
Well, let me tell you that in a moment. Payouts, which are also found here. Top 7 get paid, 439 PGT points to go along with $731,000 first place prize.
Wowza.
Minimum payout for 7th place is going to be $86,000.
So, top 7 get paid, 18 left. Brewer with a gut shot. Soiza with a pair of 4s and a flush draw. 8 of spades. Pair 4 still best. Brewer with just 131,000 chips. Pot is 68K.
$40.
Always low chip. Very lucky.
Brewer telling a believable tale here with the
Calling?
King Jack. Obviously, Jack 10 the
Oh!
nuts. And how does
Soiza doesn't care.
there? How does he just rip it? Bottom pair with that flush draw, unafraid of Jack 10 being present or a queen.
Maybe.
That's
Maybe not.
maybe not.
But maybe.
Great result there for Soiza.
I just wanted to go all in on the Vivel though.
That's
I
why I
really
shuffled.
just wanted. I really just wanted.
Stick it
to.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I had a 5. It'd be pretty hard to
I
fold.
was big blind, so this is correct. Yeah.
Oh, not against you. I meant against
Oh.
him.
Yeah.
Nah, against you. I think I just did good. Just had an ace high that made sense. Alright, I'm over this fucking tournament.
9-5 triple range much. Oh, he goes all in.
Oh boy, yeah, you are, Brewer, because you walked into the Kings of Ivey.
What's happening? Pass.
While this might not work out for Brewer,
me.
let's not forget
That's
the
a bad
heroics
sign.
from just about 20
Mike's
minutes ago.
already falling out. They'll totally get off of me. They know.
It's on you.
Carry with a very slow peel.
It's all falling though, don't. But an ace is no good for me.
Yep, only 2 aces left in the deck, as we
I've
can
yet
see.
to have a pail today, so I think I'm due. Actually, that's not true. I had queens once, but I lost. And aces once, but I lost. And sevens, but I lost. So I'm due.
Nine high flop. Ivey with the king of diamonds. No help there for Brewer. Brewer's looking for an ace and only an ace. We know there's only 2 of them left in the deck, and that is not one of them. Deuce of spades. And Chris Brewer can only shake his head, hand his chips over to Phil Ivey, and walk away. But again, let's not forget such an amazing play just 20 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately for Chris Brewer, he just couldn't get anything going after that, and he has been eliminated. We're down to 17 players. Ivey, now very healthy.
I can hear the crowd, Tuck, screaming in the background. Ivey, Ivey. There he comes. Ivey's on the loose. Kuhn up top, though, at this feature table.
Yep, Merit Poker leaderboard. Jason Kuhn, 628,000. Michael Soiza, 437. Phil Ivey with 370. Carrie Katz has some work to do with just 158,000. But you heard Brent Hanks talk about Carrie. Nobody plays a short stack better than Carrie Katz.
Well, he does. It's amazing, right? It's masterful. There should be courses written about his short stack play. He just seems to always be there forever. Shows up at final table after final table. Might not have all the chips, but he gets there.
He's what they call a tough out. Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. Matrosian going to make it 16,000. Kuhn has a very playable ace-queen of clubs.
A very 3-bettable ace-queen of clubs.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do.
4-2.
Mitch Heck says, is that Ivey from Short Deck? Is there another Ivey that I don't know about? Yeah, that's the Ivey, the one and only, Phil Ivey. 104,000 in there, ace-queen versus 7-6. This seems like a fair fight. Maybe not so fair anymore. Matrosian with top pair and a gut shot. Jason Kuhn with the overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibilities.
But 20,000.
Load Runner 3 says, what will you do if Ivey wins? I don't even know if I'd be surprised.
Raise. 82.
And Matrosian raising here with top pair. Against the 3-better. Kuhn calls. Jack of spades. A black picture card. Not bad news for Kuhn, but the Jack of spades not the one he's looking for. Just love watching these players and how they don't give up. Just, they fight and fight. And after check raising, Matrosian checks back. Checks the turn. Kuhn checks it back. Deuce of diamonds in the river. Matrosian's got it. This pot's got over 250,000 chips in there. And Matrosian's going to check it one more time.
Tough spot for Kuhn. Yeah, I think he senses that he's up against a pair and just unlikely to get it through.
Sounds like suited.
And Matrosian gets some nice value out of that one. He's up to 412,000. Kuhn back down to just over 500,000 chips. PokerGO Hold'em is here. That's right. You can play for free. Free. Did you hear me? It's free. It doesn't cost you any money. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Plus, our own Brent Hanks. It's his voice in the show. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. Kuhn picks up Ace-King. Ace-Queen no good for him. Maybe Ace-King treats him better. Bold again. on 292,000 chips. Is going to call.
How much do you have?
2-7.
2-7?
2-7.
A lot of clubs out there, 10 high. Ace King still good. Both players with the club in their hand. Boldigan bets 21,000. Hard to imagine one bet is going to get this job done. Not only does Kuhn have ace king, but he's got the king of clubs. And he doesn't make the call. Pot now 94,000 chips. Oh.
This is an interesting card for Boldigan, filling in what could have potentially been a backdoor straight draw that would have been semi-bluffing.
See what Boldigan wants to do. 94,000 chips in there.
5.
And he bets 45,000, so he bets just under half the pot. This will give Jason 3-1 on the call if he wants to make it.
Sickening price. Boldigan really has been telling a believable story. That's the difficulty now for Kuhn. Would he ever value bet a single 10 as played?
Well, I mean, it went check on the flop, so I feel like Boldigan might bet any pair.
He certainly seems to know that he's targeting a relatively weak holding at this point from Kuhn. Just ace-king high.
In the muck, the ace-king goes, and Boldigan wins a pot.
That's really pretty by Vyacheslav Boldigan. Did you find the photo that I was referring to of him, Tuck?
No, I haven't looked. I'm trying to pay attention. I don't want to miss any more pocket nines being folded. So I'll look after we're done. When we're done, I'm going to go make myself an omelet, and I'm going to look for Boldigan pictures. I'm going to find as many Boldigan pictures as I can while I'm eating my omelet. And that's a hit for Jason Kuhn. Kuhn, who's had just an absolutely tremendous week. It could have been better, as we mentioned. Loses with ace-queen, loses with ace-king, and he's down to 465,000 chips. Still a very healthy stack. But he was up over 600,000 a few moments ago. Ivey with top pair. Matrosian. Lets it go.
It just will not surprise me whatsoever if Ivey continues this tear at final tables, a 50K no-limit hold'em event. He's having that sort of series. 5 final tables, 2 wins. Made nearly $3 million along the way.
The mystique of Phil Ivey is very real, and it is alive this week, that's for sure. He's back. Currently second in the PokerGO Tour standings, right behind Ollie. And within striking distance, by the way. Now. Boldigan raising the Jack-10. Kuhn with Ace-7 offsuit. Kuhn calls, and for the first time in a while, he hits a flop. Ace-7-3. He smashes it. Boldigan is going to try to rep that ace. Not going to work, just a question of whether Kuhn wants to call or raise right away.
It's pretty unlikely we're up against another ace, right? Maybe for the times we are, we simply just need to put in a little bit of extra value here.
You're going to miss the big blind increase.
Unlikely any ace would fold to a check raise as well.
What's that? Missing the big blind increase on my big blind.
Yeah, I'm not a brutal bastard, am I? Blow up all my time banks on you.
Perry would have used 2 time banks just to make sure it goes up on you.
This might be the last hand before the players go on dinner break. Maybe we get 2 more in, we'll see.
Not quite that time of the tournament yet, right? No. Save it for later when it matters most.
Ooh.
Nice.
You play like 350, Arthur?
400.
400.
Maybe 390.
Matrosian raising it up with Queen-6 offsuit. The old, I'm going to attack the dinner break, the last hand before dinner break.
That'll do it, Tuck. Man, what a day of action. Tomorrow we get to do the final table. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's been a great day of action here. Take a look at the GG Poker lead out. Payouts, 7 places will get paid. Min cash is $86,000. Got about 18 players left. They'll play down to a final table tonight, and that will be here at 7 a.m. Eastern. Brent Hanks will be here. I'll be here. And they'll be playing for $731,000. After that, the Super High Roller Bowl. Make sure you join us tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for joining us. For everybody at PokerGO, for Brent Hanks, I am David Tuckman. Goodbye.